From Bridge through to Girard on the Vine, you're in good shape. Schuylkill Expressway, both directions, slowing between Broad and Passyunk. The roadway reduced to one lane. And then on 295 eastbound at the Scudder Falls Bridge in Marsville, we've got the right lane closed. That's construction. Right lane also closed on 422 westbound between Limerick and Saratoga. This traffic report brought to you by Nemours. From in-person and virtual care to their over 40 locations, your child has access to the care they need, where, when, and how they need it. Visit nemours.org/care for kids to learn more. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
And now, Preston and Steve's news update with Kathy Romano.
It's Wednesday, June 16th. Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning. In the news this morning, effective immediately, Pennsylvania restaurants and bars are no longer allowed to sell cocktails to go or offer outdoor seating. That was the green light during the pandemic. But at this point, enforcement remains a question mark. That update came Tuesday afternoon from the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board after a bill that would have extended both options for businesses was derailed in the Senate Law and Justice Committee.
Is it completely dead, or there's still an option, right?
Here's the deal. An amendment added in committee to the bill that would have allowed grocery stores, beer distributors, convenience stores, and bars to sell pre-canned cocktails is being blamed for derailing it. So had it stayed with just the restaurants, Governor Wolf said he would have signed it.
Can you still buy illegal narcotics on the street?
Stop it.
Not legally, but yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
The Department of State...
Curbside service?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Of course.
The Department of State certified the Pennsylvania primary result, which means Governor Tom Wolf's emergency declaration is expired. Governor Wolf said that with the addition of the amendment, he would veto the bill. Cocktails to go were a lifeline to bars and restaurants during the pandemic, he said in a statement before the amendment was added. Pennsylvanians have embraced this service as an amenity in our Commonwealth, and I support making it permanent, he said. Restaurants spent anywhere from $1,500 to $75,000 to create the outdoor seating setups and hoped that they would be able to remain even as restrictions are lifted.
You mentioned enforcement, Kathy, and I remember before the pandemic years ago, there were these end arounds that restaurants would do from time to time where drinks were free. You just had to make a donation to the restaurant.
You join you join a club membership for the evening.
And so, what types of end arounds are going to happen because this cat is clearly out of the bag? People liked it, so there's a market for it. So in which way is capitalism going to make this work?
Also, in the natural thing of so a restaurant they make the money on the booze, do they not?
Usually, yeah. They mark it up so much.
Right,
yeah.
Exactly.
So the PLCB is not an enforcement arm of the state. Pennsylvania State Police have not addressed yet if they will be enforcing the new action. So we'll see what happens with this. After a long battle, the Delaware County Council is now attempting to take a 213-acre crown jewel property in the heart of Delaware County by eminent domain. Councilwoman Elaine Schaefer has been leading the effort to convince council members to take a bold step to take the old-growth forest site along Sproul Road in Broomall and save it from commercial developers. The site, which would become the largest park in Delaware County, sparked a contentious battle since the Archdiocese of Philadelphia decided to close the school that was on the property in 2013 and put the land up for sale. Several commercial developers proposed ideas for the massive site, but they were all rejected by Marple Township commissioners because of opposition from residents and environmentalists.
Yeah, this is happy and exciting news for, I think a lot of Delaware Countyans, especially myself, because it's right down the street from where I live.
So you're going to have a park area.
Yeah. And I mean, this is an enormous area that they had, there were a lot of different proposals that I wasn't necessarily down with. And so this one is great. Like if they can, develop it into like a better, like outdoor walking park area.
A living dinosaur park would be great, right?
Wait a minute. So what were the other proposals that you didn't care
It was developers.
Developers. Okay. So they were talking about putting a combination of retail and residential stuff back there. And, and that's right next to a shopping center, in between another shopping center, down the street from another shopping center. We don't need another shopping center in that area. And that area tends to, at certain times, get congested. And it would just,
they're crazy. We're talking about this and all over the place and probably everywhere, Preston, Harleysville or wherever. There seems to be some, before the pandemic hit, there was just a really aggressive development plan going on.
Yeah, they've started to build in those areas around me. They started buying up the land and getting ready for it, and now they're starting to build on it. But you're right, there was a big grab.
So I'm just unsure of how Delaware County acquired the property. Did they buy it?
They don't have it yet.
Okay.
County Council expects to purchase the massive site from the Archdiocese at a fair market value. The first reading of the move to take the land will be Wednesday at 6 p.m. during the County Council meeting at the Delaware County Courthouse.
Do you know how they plan on getting the money, Kathy? They're going to sell cocktails curbside.
It's innovative.
At the park.
So a friend of mine is, she owns, or I forget how it's all so confusing, but a historical site in Plymouth Meeting. It's right off of Chemical Road. You would never know that it's there. It's like hidden behind trees. Okay. And it's a pain. Like it's as far as like upkeep, and now she's so they like at one point it was gifted to Plymouth Township, and PennDOT wanted to make it part of the Turnpike. That was all turned down, so they gave it back to her. So now it's back in her hands, and she's like, I just want like, and
what am I going to do with
and
this?
She like they don't have the money to restore what's on there and do some like big beautiful thing with it. So she wants somebody to come in and do something with it. It's a historical site. Developers can't come on there.
Yeah.
So she's just like she desperately wants somebody to come and do something cool with it.
Yeah. My friend bought a house. It's the home that they live in, and they wanted to do renovations, and it was like a historical home. So they had to jump through all these hoops just to be able to do stuff to their own home that they own.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, and so she has to have some plumbing done on the property, and it's like what they have to go through to do anything on these historical sites. And there's stuff inside of the home too that is so old. And she's like, I want somebody, like she's called museums to say, do you want this?
Who can do this? Yeah.
Or do you want the stuff that's here? She's like, I'm not throwing it out.
Right.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it's interesting, but
I have a whale's tooth poop knife right here.
A huge pain in the
Revolutionary War.
You know where it is? So, okay, if you were coming past the Metroplex, right, and you were heading towards the Turnpike onto Chemical Road, so Metroplex would be on your left-hand side.
Yep.
You know that you get to Germantown Pike, and there's a gas station on the right-hand side?
Correct.
Yeah. So it's just before the gas station on the right-hand side.
I've never noticed anything there.
You wouldn't. All you see is trees. So if you were to go on the other side, there's a barn, there's a house, there's like what used to be a maid's house.
Is there even a driveway or a road to get back in there? Because I don't know that.
You've got to go around and like go through the neighborhood, and then there's a driveway in the neighborhood.
I just learned that there's a farm on the other side of the
Yes!
The Plymouth Meeting Mall?
Mall, Preston. Did you know that?
Heard tell of it, but I've never verified it.
All right. Southwest Airlines said it was working Tuesday to restore normal operations after a technology-related issue interfered with flights for the second straight day. By mid-afternoon, the nation's fourth largest airline canceled about 500 flights and delayed nearly 1,300 others, according to tracking service FlightWare.
I had a friend going from Nashville to Denver, and she got stuck in it. She was flying Southwest. It took her 13 or 14 hours to get home. It was
Jesus.
Yeah, and by midnight last night, she was still not home.
A friend of mine on social media, their trip was canceled. They were supposed to be going to somewhere in the Caribbean, and they just canceled their flight. So now they can't go. The combination of cancellations and delays affected about half of Southwest's planned flights for the day. The Federal Aviation Administration held up all Southwest departures for about 45 minutes while the company worked to fix a computer issue, an agency spokeswoman said. A spokesman for Dallas-based Southwest said a problem with connectivity of the airline's technology system started around midday Tuesday. He said crews were working to limit flight disruptions and urged customers to check their flight status on Southwest's website or seek help from the airline's airport agent. On Monday night, problems with a third-party weather data provider caused Southwest to delay about 1,500 flights. Delta Airlines and Alaska Airlines reported separate technical issues that affected customers trying to book flights. Some Delta customers complained on Twitter that the only seats that were available were first-class seats to purchase on the airline's website. Airline technology systems are vulnerable to glitches and outages that sometimes snarl thousands of flights. In the last few years, a router failure crippled Southwest for days, and Delta employees at one airport dragged out an old dot matrix printer to make boarding passes. Airlines use huge, complicated IT systems that do everything from help operate flights to running mobile apps, and they are often overlaid with new programs. In sports this morning. Mookie Betts hit a go-ahead home run in the seventh inning to lead the Dodgers to a 5-3 win over the Phillies in front of a sellout crowd of over 52,000 at Dodger Stadium. It was the largest attendance for a professional sports league game in the United States since the start of the coronavirus pandemic. The series will wrap up tonight with two of the best pitchers in the league getting the start. Zach Wheeler will pitch for the Phils. Clayton Kershaw goes for the Dodgers. Game time is at 10:10. The Sixers and the Hawks return to action tonight for Game 5 in their second round series, which is tied at 2 games apiece. Tip-off is scheduled for 7:30. And last night's only NBA playoff game, Kevin Durant had 49 points and 17 rebounds and 10 assists, sending the Brooklyn Nets back into the lead in the Eastern Conference semifinals with a 114-108 win over the Milwaukee Bucks in Game 5. Game 6 will be tomorrow night in Milwaukee. And in the NHL semifinals, Nikita Kucherov had 3 more assists to help the Tampa Bay Lightning even their series with a 4-2 win over the New York Islanders in Game 2. Game 3 is tomorrow night on Long Island. And that's what I have for you this morning.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. A Wednesday morning. Wednesdays mean a couple of things. We go on Fox Good Day, so we will do that later on this morning. We also have a secret text word. I love this. We're going to give away a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. So real simple. You can text the word secret to 39333, and we will send a word back to you. And we'll ask you to call them later, and we'll also have a secret text word. You should try their newest shrimp rangoon salmon, featuring wood-grilled salmon with a creamy shrimp rangoon topped with seasonal Key West tuna and pineapple glazed shrimp paired with a refreshing watermelon martini.
Okay. Sounds damn good.
Yeah,
How about that?
What is a rangoon? I always got crab rangoon at this Chinese food place and I didn't know what rangoon was. I just knew that I liked it.
That's a good question. I always assumed it was it's wrapped in a wonton, so maybe it's just what you call the mixture of that, which I think has like a cream cheese type thing.
If Mariska can go to my desk, I have the big book of Rangoon.
Oh, you do?
Book of Rangoon. So it's it might be the whole package. It's in a wonton.
Okay.
And it's usually crab rangoon is usually what I get. Here you go. We found it. Nick found the information. Sometimes called crab puffs. They are cheese wontons. They're filled with crisp dumpling appetizers served primarily in American Chinese restaurants. Fillings made with a combination of cream cheese, crab meat, scallions, onion, garlic, and other flavorings.
Yeah, I'm a Rangoon fan, guys.
I love them. They were go-to hangover food for me and my friends back in the day. All right, well, we also have a few guests who are going to be joining us. Our buddy Jim Jackson is going to be getting in touch with us. He has the Jim Jackson broadcast coaching camps.
That's right.
Which is a great idea. If you've been interested in play-by-play, color commentary, so forth, in sports, broadcasting.
Learning from the best.
Hook up with Jim, man. He's one of the best, absolutely. And comedian Mitch Fatel is going to stop by this morning. Mitch is going to be at Helium tonight. It's a one show only?
Yeah, buddy.
Okay.
We haven't seen Mitch in a long time.
It's been years.
Yeah.
So we'll have Mitch stop by. He's been a regular here on the show and yet another in-studio guest. So
nice.
We'll get to him around 9 o'clock this morning. Let's take a break, come back in a second, and rattle off that celebrity news to you, as well as a stupid question with some giveaways. Stay with us. Beautiful morning. Going to have a good time.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. MMR's Essential 200.
This morning, and the prize we have to give away is a $150 Fogo de Show gift card. Question I have for you is, how many bones are there in the human foot? 215-263 WMMR. How many bones are there in the human foot? Let's see if you know the answer to that. 215-263 WMMR. While you're calling the birthdays, I'll mention these. It's Wednesday, June 16th. Boxer Roberto Duran is celebrating his 70th birthday.
One of the greats.
Yeah, I remember reading something not that long ago about how dominating he was. I mean, like there are arguments that he is one of the greatest of all time. Actually.
Oh, okay.
And I was not aware of that. No. And I've forgotten the reasonings behind that, but apparently he was the real deal. So he celebrates his 70th birthday today. Actress Laurie Metcalf, remember from Roseanne?
Oh.
And a bunch of other stuff.
She was great in Lady Bird. I finally watched that movie.
Yeah, she's the mom.
Yeah, she's the mom, and it's a sort of a tragic character, but I'd never seen that until recently, and she's fantastic in it.
So she's on the Connors now. She also plays the mom, was playing Sheldon's mom on on The Big Bang Theory. Her daughter plays the mother on Young Sheldon.
Really?
Yes.
That's kind of nice.
Which is actually really cool.
Yeah.
I remember when the show came on, I said, damn, they got an actress who really looks like Laurie Metcalf.
She is 66 today. Then you have Joan Van Ark. Dallas, Knots Landing, those evening soap operas.
Yeah. She dominated that stuff, and she has effed up her face.
Oh, really? Yeah.
She's done bleaching, and I don't know what the hell she's done, but it's a mess.
I agree.
Hey,
I mean that with all due respect.
With all due respect, you are effed up.
78.
So was Emma Samms in Knots Landing?
Emma Samms was in, I thought Emma Samms was Dynasty.
Okay. How does she look these days?
She looks pretty good from what I understand.
Okay.
Unless she's dead, then probably not so good.
Oh, man, yeah, probably not. All right.
Let's see who else we have here. Oh, I wanted to bring up this actor. You may not know his name, Bill Cobbs. But in That Thing You Do, he plays the jazz musician, Del Paxton.
He's great.
And he's been in tons of stuff.
Yeah.
He was in Oz the Great and Powerful. What else has he been in? Just loads of things throughout the years.
A guy like that who works as a character actor will always find jobs.
Yep. He celebrates his 87th birthday today. Wow. Phil Mickelson, the golfer.
Now, you said that he is
A douchebag.
kind of a douchebag.
Well, that's the word. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the word.
I wonder if he's reformed.
If
he's gotten better with age.
I've talking to a couple of pros who know some people who have encountered him on several occasions. Phil is great, and Phil is well aware that he is great, and he likes to share the fact that he is great, from what I've understood.
He has rheumatoid arthritis, right?
No, he has
Who's the one with the arthritis?
he has psoriatic arthritis.
Psoriatic arthritis, all right.
And he takes this drug. He does infomercials for it. But you cannot deny the guy is incredible. At his age, 51 years old, to win the U.S. Open, and to still be in the tops and when the majors come around, and all, he's just an incredible golfer. And he's a lefty, and the amazing thing about him is he gets out of trouble. If he hits a bad shot and he's got a bad lie or a really horrible condition, he gets out of it. He's just amazing at playing golf. But yeah,
he's a douche.
I've been told his nickname is Fig Jam.
Fig Jam for what?
F, I'm good, just ask me.
Wow, okay.
So Fig Jam Phil, he's 51.
The old saying is, well, that's enough about me. What do you think about me?
Exactly. You also have actor John Cho. Star Trek, Harold and Kumar go to White Castle, the American Pie movies. He's great. And he was great Sulu.
Perfect.
In Star Trek.
The word is they're doing another Star Trek movie in the J.J. Abrams camp, and I hope that happens because I really enjoyed all of them.
Yeah, he's 49 today. Eddie Cibrian.
Oh, the legendary Eddie Cibrian, Preston.
CSI Miami, Third Watch, husband of Leanne Rimes.
Right. He's the one who took that picture. We were talking about that picture where she was showing she had psoriasis, was it? Yeah.
Yeah, all over her back and stuff, like a pretty significant case of it, yeah. He is 48 today. Actor Daniel Bruhl, who's great.
Yeah. Love him.
In Civil War and Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Excellent.
Which is great. They brought him back around. I didn't know that was going to happen. Sorry, spoiler alert, but he pops up in that series.
Did you see did you make it to the club scene where he's dancing in some place and Marvel released an hour-long loop video just of him dancing.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's really well done.
I love that.
It's officially sanctioned by Marvel.
He's great in the movie Rush about the race car drivers.
He's the perfect, though, like in the Marvel universe. Yes, he has done evil things, but they gave him a bit of a reason, witnessing his family die, you know?
So he turns 43 today, and I saved the best birthday for last. Steve, it's Gino Vanelli's birthday.
Gino Vanelli! Stop and tell you what I feel about you, baby. I just want to stop. The best story associated with that, though?
Yeah.
Casey, I witnessed you one morning with Jackie Bam Bam standing next to you. He would not leave you alone, and he kept sort of humming and singing the Gino Vanelli song.
Because was it his birthday?
Dude, it might have been like
I think it was
3 or 4 years ago today that this happened.
And even though you'd reprimanded him a few times, Jackie was standing there going,
reprimanded I asked him nicely.
Yeah.
I'm like, listen, man, I'm trying to work.
Trying to get work done before the show, and Jackie was, and Casey just needed him to let me work. I've got, we have stuff to do. And listen, in Jackie's defense and any overnighter's defense, they've been here all night long with no one to talk to.
Right.
And when there's a human being around, you want to spend a little bit of time with them. But we're trying to get work done, and Jackie couldn't help but sing that song over and over, and it was driving Casey crazy.
I mean,
Is that when you yelled at him?
Crazy.
I think at this point, I actually, because I didn't want to yell at him anymore, I just yanked my laptop off of the charger, and I stormed out. I kicked the door open, and I yelled at the top of my lungs, F,
Wow.
A great Gino Vanelli moment.
Gino Vanelli is 69. And couldn't you just tell him to stop,
Stop! I gotta get my work done right now. I want you to stop!
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. And I'm going to preface this by saying, give or take 2 bones. How many bones are there in the human foot? 215-263 WMMR. Let's go to Melissa K. Hey, Melissa, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
All right, Melissa, what's the answer? How many bones in the foot?
26.
Or 28.
Yeah. Okay. Doesn't matter.
Like every answer was 26. So the source I got this from was BuzzFeed. It said 28, but 26 is good enough for me since everybody had that answer. Melissa, we are going to give you a $150 Fogo to Show gift card, and you can try the new bone-in ribeye premium cut included as part of Fogo's full churrasco service. And you can welcome to what's next at Fogo to Show. Make reservations for Fogo in Center City and King of Prussia at fogo.com. Faux show. All right. We'll start with a little bit about Chrissy Teigen. She's apologized for her toxic tweets targeting Courtney Stodden, Lindsay Lohan, and others, but several celebrities simply aren't having it. Teen Mom alum Farrah Abraham said that Teigen targeted her, too, and compared her behavior to a Mean Girls spinoff, saying that she never received a personal apology, despite Teigen claiming that she'd reached out personally to the folks that she had offended. She had written, as you're asking yourself, did Chrissy ever apologize to Farrah? Hypocritically as such at this time, no, she has not. As a reminder, Chrissy ended her lighthearted post so similarly as her past remarks with taking care of her family and herself, so I understand the time it will take to really be beyond her past behavior. Project Runway designer Michael Costello said that he is still traumatized, depressed, and has thoughts of suicide after interactions with Teigen in 2014. He said, so many nights I stayed awake wanting to kill myself. There's a lengthy Instagram post which had a screenshot of their interactions. He said, I didn't see the point of living. There was no way I could ever escape from being the target of powerful elites in Hollywood who actually do have powers close to doors, to close doors with a single text. So the background was he had been... Somebody had photoshopped something together that made him look like he was...
Like he made a racist comment, which he had not made.
Yeah, and he hadn't, and she jumped on top of it, and they had a back and forth, and she was not budging at all. So he's saying that... he said, I'm not out for revenge. I only wish to speak my truth because I've been silenced for so long. He said, I'm still waiting for Chrissy Teigen and anyone who bullied me to reach out to me if they truly acknowledge that their actions are wrong. I welcome them with open arms to have a real conversation. But Leona Lewis turned the tables on him.
Oh.
On Tuesday, the Bleeding Love singer claimed that that he refused to dress her for a charity fashion show because of her size. On Instagram stories, she wrote, "When I got to my fitting, I was made to feel very awkward and uncomfortable as the dress was a sample size, and he and his team clearly did not want to alter it to fit me. It came as a total surprise because weeks prior, I was told that they would make the dress work for me.
That son of a bitch.
At the next fitting the night before the show, with no explanation at all, Michael refused to turn up. He no longer wanted to dress me, and he abandoned his commitments to me and the show, which made me well aware that I wasn't the body type required."
Dear God Almighty.
I know. Kill him. Kill him! So Eddie. Kill them all! That continues. Keep in mind, folks, just a reminder, when you post things, it's a paper trail.
Yes, it sure is.
That stuff is written in.
Yes.
So just keep that in mind as
it lives on forever.
As your fingers are dancing across the keypad today.
No one's ever going to read this.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and when they do a forensic background check.
Yeah. Current and former BBC executives have been under fire from politicians in the UK after an inquiry denounced the deceitful way that journalist Martin Bashir obtained an interview with the late Princess Diana in 1995. We all know this story by now, right? The interview, dubbed one of the biggest crimes in the history of broadcasting by Lord Britt, has been blamed on the divorce, her divorce from Prince Charles.
It's an absolute travesty.
Yes, Lord Britt says so.
Martin Bashir is scum and smegma.
What?
Smegma.
Absolutely. A repulsive individual.
What?
The crime he has levied against humanity makes him worse than Hitler and Mussolini.
Wow. Thank you, Lord Britt.
He is worse than the bubonic plague. He's a cancer.
BBC Director General Tim Davie and two of his predecessors, Tony Hall.
Where's my hot pocket?
And John Britt.
He gets a little cantankerous when he hasn't had his morning hot pocket.
So, is it Brit or Bert? Because it's written two different ways. Is it not?
Bert.
Oh, I'm sorry. These are two different people. You have,
Is it?
You have
One is Bert and one is Ernie.
Lord
Lord Bert and Lord Ernie.
It's Ert and Bernie.
Ert and Bernie.
Yeah.
Bernie and Ernie.
He believes that his rubber ducky is the one who makes bath time so much fun.
It's Lord Britt and John Burt. I said
Lord Britt and Bert?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm Britt, I'm Bert. Say, Bert, did you take a shower? Why, Britt, is one missing? Waka, waka, waka.
Oh, Casey, then it says Lord Burt right here.
Come on! It's okay.
Son of a bitch.
Your prep service gave you the wrong answer for the trivia question.
Yeah, they're on fire at Pulse Entertainment, aren't they? Lord Burt called the episode an absolute horror story.
It's a horror story.
And it should never have happened. All three admitted Bashir
worse than World War II
should not have been rehired. So, wow, okay.
Maybe the guy's name is Bert Britt.
That'd be
nice. So cool.
Burt Britt.
Bert Britt, pleased to meet you.
All right. Lin-Manuel Miranda has apologized for the casting of In the Heights. Critics have noted that only light-skinned actors were cast as the stars, while dark-skinned actors made up the backup parts. One black character, Benny, is played by a non-Latinx actor, Corey Hawkins. Miranda said, "I hear that without sufficient dark-skinned Afro-Latino representation, the world feels extractive of the community we wanted so much to represent with pride and joy. In trying to paint a mosaic of this community, we fell short. I'm truly sorry."
I think, listen, I get where everyone's coming from, but I think this, like, the intention here was, you're highlighting a culture and a people and trying to do it in a really nice way, and you can't get everything right all the time.
Every time, and that's the point that a lot of people were commenting on. They were saying that, look, you've done a lot of representation with Hamilton alone.
Hey, I watched Roots. There were not enough Swedes.
And so you don't have to every single time. It depends on the story you're telling, you know? So,
exactly.
So anyhow, he's apologized. I don't think anybody's really wigging out about it or anything like that.
No one should wig out.
No wigging, please. I bring this up for you, Steve. Kristen Cavallari.
Yeah.
She's doing her best to keep things civil with her estranged husband, Jay Cutler.
Except he's trying to take her business.
He does not deserve it, Kathy. I know you agree with me.
Why not?
He was not an active participant in the creation of Uncommon
She would bring things to him, and he, at least on the show, would bring things. She would bring things to him, and he'd be like,
Okay,
yeah.
so suppose she didn't have anything, and she wasn't Kristen Cavallari of this fame, and they got a divorce, and then she got half.
What would normally happen?
She would get half of his assets, even though she never threw one touchdown pass.
They both came into the relationship with a lot of money.
But why is it okay the other way around? We see this happen.
I get it. You want violence against Kristen Cavallari. I get it.
I do. Okay. I'm just simply saying. What's fair is fair.
No, absolutely.
She should have half of what he has, and he should have half of what she has.
They had agreements. Apparently, there was at the beginning. I don't even know if they had a prenup. I thought they did about splitting of assets, but I don't know.
I just seen this happen time and time again, where somebody who did not throw one 3-pointer in through the hoopy, or didn't throw one touchdown pass, or hit one home run, gets half of whatever.
It's so stupid though. They both have money. Like just
crazy
part
money.
ways. You keep your football money, and she'll keep her jewelry money.
Yeah, but what if she has more?
Well, listen, he, through his endorsements and stuff and through all his NFL career,
He's gonna be fine.
set many times over. She's set many times over.
Well, she says she's doing her best. She said, I only have my kids half of the time right now. And she said, I have them every other week. The Uncommon James founder and former NFL player share her sons Camden, Jackson, and Sailor.
You know, I kind of like Jay Cutler. I mean, on the show, I thought he seemed like a nice guy. It just seemed to me, if you watch the show, Preston,
He seems like a nice guy.
that they had literally hardly anything in common. He's the ultimate stay-at-home play with the goats, and she's going out, to all these things.
Not that he wasn't. I don't know. You watched more than I did. From what I watched, I thought he was kind of dickish.
I don't really care for the guy, to tell you the truth. So it's.
So apparently they signed a prenup, Steve, it says here.
There you go.
In this. So I thought this would be a little blurb. I didn't know we were going to bring it into a full-on.
You know who looks, by the way, have you seen Brittany Taylor? So she works very closely with Kristen Cavallari in this growing business. She's doing, I think she's doing modeling again. I mean,
I don't know.
The world's on fire for her. It's so awesome what she's been able to achieve.
Hey,
Yes,
Steve,
I
real
do
quick.
follow her.
Yeah.
When it comes to reality TV, I know you watch it with a skeptical eye.
Completely.
So how much of it do you think was, because I never watched the show at all, so how much with Jay, did they kind of need like a villain or whatever and painted him in a certain
so
way?
they weren't forcing it. They weren't as ham-handed as other shows were. There were clearly things that were done completely for, hey, today Jay's going to hang the Christmas decorations.
Okay.
Whang, wham. You put that wreath over there. But for the most part, I think the dynamic was.
Yeah,
it seemed feasible.
Nick, it wasn't like they made him a villain or anything like that. He just was like, even in like the on screen, he was just a little bit like a dick in what he would say. And
what I thought was
she would bring him stuff like, to can you help? Can you give me your opinion? And he'd be like, no.
Yeah, he seemed disassociated. But the most damning thing they did show on the show were his nightly conversations with Martin Bashir.
Oh.
Yeah.
You guys should start a podcast about this.
Steve and I have one.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's called the Uncommon Gals.
All right, we're moving on. Lauren Burnham Lyondike and Ari Lyondike Jr. are sharing their first images of their newborn twins. On Tuesday, the former Bachelor shared a shot of mother and twins in bed. Did they come from the show?
Yeah. So here's the one.
Babies.
Here's what happened. I think this is the one. If I'm correct, Preston. Where we talked about the segment on the show where he changed his mind and was following the one bachelorette around the house. I think so.
He wrote, never been prouder of my wife than in this moment. She is the strongest woman I know, and I'm lucky to be on this incredible journey with her.
It's a journey.
We are proud parents of a healthy boy and girl. So
babies.
they had twins.
Look at how made up she is for the picture with the. So we're looking at the picture of the fresh. She looks like she just came from a photo shoot.
Yeah, and this is her fresh in the bed with the. She's got the hairnet on. I mean, like she just gave birth. Her face is like a L'Oreal ad.
I mean, completely done.
This looks exactly like my wife after.
Right? Oh my God, you're so right, Steve.
Oh my God,
That's
funny.
ridiculous.
However, I will say sometimes when women have a C-section, if it's scheduled and quick, like they can.
Okay,
they
had
look a little
twins.
bit
Maybe it
better
was
than,
a C-section. Yeah, I didn't see that here, Kathy. So you're right. It's
than like hours of pushing
of working. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Do they give an epidural and Botox at the same time?
Dude, did you know that a lot of dentists do Botox? by the way?
Yeah. Yeah. We were discussing that this past weekend. Apparently, dentists
Like, well,
will
Yeah.
do Botox treatments
So
now.
we
like,
thought maybe that's how you could get it done.
You love
dentist office.
do.
You
feel
love the
so
dentist.
comfortable and
dude,
safe
I'm
there.
not getting Botox.
we actually had a discussion about that this weekend about you
going to the
dentist and getting your Botox done.
My dentist has never said anything to me about Botox.
So my dentist, Dr. Kristen, shout out. Pain-free. Like you wouldn't even know. You could have so much Botox in your face, you'd look like the Michelin Man.
But
If
they
I ever get
also-
Botox, will you guys all do it with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it with you.
Not in your eyes, though, Preston. Remember,
Okay, you said that
I'll do
look
it on
so
my
weird.
on my penis.
So sorry, this is just a side topic because it's not really Hollywood celebrity stuff. But Kathy, apparently
I
dentists.
like a celebrity on it, right?
You are no. Yes, regionally famous.
I'm joking.
Local
It was
celebrity.
a joke.
The dentists apparently are like better at the Botox because they have a better understanding of all the muscles and stuff in
You
the
know
face.
what?
believe that.
Everybody has it's so funny because this whole like Botox chat, people will send me messages
Right.
and stuff. Everyone has their own theory. So that is one I'm hearing in case the dentist, well, you just telling me, but
Yes.
also some people say don't go to like the RNs or the nurses who are doing it because they're going to make you look plastic. Go to a plastic surgeon who, they're a doctor. They've studied this. And then then the nurses have said to me, well, no, because they're the ones, they're just going to totally do you up and make you look like you're perfect and you have no flaws and you don't want to look like that. I'm like, oh, forget it. I'm out.
Well, go ahead, Nick.
Side topic to the side topic. My son just watched you in the Mighty Max this weekend, so you are regionally famous.
Yes.
You have an acting credit to your career, several acting credits.
You play a hooker, right?
No, the flight attendant in that one.
I tried out for the hooker part. I got the flight attendant.
Okay. And then also, apparently, Steve, if you have like a really gummy smile, they can fix that with Botox.
Really?
Yeah,
Yes.
we heard that too.
What do they lower your lips?
No, they just stick that.
They can fix
maybe.
anything.
I think maybe your lip doesn't come up as much.
So yeah.
So if you
Interesting.
know somebody with a
Interesting.
really gummy smile, you can maybe just drop a couple of hints to them about.
Hey, we have a way to eliminate that hideous condition.
I still want to do the vag steaming.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I do.
I want to watch.
So maybe next week, I will gladly sit over a heated thing and let it de-wrinkle my
Marissa's gonna
balls.
do
They do it in Bala Plaza too,
know, they do.
right
It's
down the street.
here.
So
Yeah,
so
we can do
next
it
week,
here.
can we do that in the? Would you do that in the
I don't
studio?
know.
We have to ask Rodney first.
All right.
If we're going to have
I'll
in-studio
reach out
guests.
to the place and
Well,
see what they think.
I'll just put it together. I'm sure I'll get
No,
it right.
I don't want to do your veg steaming.
Like Preston, it's 500 degrees.
Wait, what were we talking about though? Like, how did we get
Jada
here?
Pinkett Smith.
Vaginal
did it.
steaming.
No, I meant like this topic.
Kristen Cavallari wants half of Jay Cutler's stuff, but was not willing to give up half of her stuff.
No,
No,
the
we
one
moved
that
on
had the twins.
to another
that one.
story.
Twins,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was
That's it.
the Lion
Gina Vanelli's
Dice.
birthday.
The Lion
C-section.
Dice. Thank you, Gino Vanelli. I do have one more thing, and then we got to wrap it up. Beauty and the Beast is getting the prequel series streaming to Disney Plus.
When he was just a puppy?
The 8-episode limited series will star Luke Evans, Josh Gad, and Brianna Middleton. So this is the live action. Remember they did that with Emma.
I loved it.
Watson.
I am such a sucker for that movie. I think they did a great job. Did you guys like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was well done. Gary Marsh, President and Chief Creative Officer for Disney branded television, said, for anyone who's ever wondered how a brute like Gaston and a goof like LeFou could have ever become friends and partners, or how a mystical enchantress came to cast the fateful spell on the prince-turned-beast, this series will finally provide those answers and provoke a whole new set of questions. That could be a cool trend for some of these classic Disney movies to do something like that.
What do you think is the most obvious prequel territory for a Disney movie currently?
Oh, man, I haven't given it much thought.
I mean, well, Aladdin, the genie, has, you're
a whole
talking
other
about
history,
thousands
right?
of years of history.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'll think on that one, Steve. We got to get to the clips, So the new series Physical stars Rose Byrne as a quietly tortured San Diego housewife who finds a unique path through aerobics. Here Byrne talks about the correlation between her character and the time frame of the series. Here we go.
She discovers aerobics and kind of finds a way out of her situation. And it's right at that turning point of the 80s, or it's still kind of the 70s, and then like the world of like home video is coming up and the mall, and like Ronald Reagan's just been elected president. So it sort of straddles two worlds, very much like Sheila, like in her head and then how she appears.
Physical will release on Apple TV this Friday, by the way. Here's the next one. In the new series Sex Life, a suburban wife mother takes a trip down memory lane that sets her present on a collision course with her wild past. Here, star Sarah Sahahi, I'm not sure if that's how you say her last name, talks about why she was so passionate about playing this character. Here we go.
I'm a mother myself of 3 awesome kids, but motherhood is a thing that's complex and it's messy. And I was in a very long-term marriage myself. And, you know, that wasn't something that panned out the way I initially thought. And you can be those things, but then sort of still wonder about the choices that you made.
Velociraptor.
I think it's Shahai is how you say her last name. I'm not sure. The 8-episode series will release on Netflix June 25th. By the way.
All right.
There you go.
You want to give it a shot at her birth name, Preston?
Oh, my God. Ahu?
Where?
Yeah.
And when?
So's Shahi. She's from Texas, born to an Iranian father and Spanish-Iranian mother. So it's a very unique name. Cool. Wow. Yeah, her first name is Aahoo. Ahu.
Wow.
Ahu. I love that name. All right, let's see here. We have a chance for you to win right now Blu-ray combo pack of all 4 Indiana Jones movies.
Oh.
If you are caller number 12 at 215-263 WMMR. And, of course, they're from legendary filmmakers Steven Spielberg and George Lucas. They've been virtually remastered for optimum picture and sound quality just in time to celebrate the 40th anniversary of Raiders of the Lost Ark. You can own it now, 4K Ultra HD and Blu-ray from Paramount Pictures, rated PG and PG-13. So
nice.
Or 12, so check with that. Let's take a break, come back in a moment. Jim Jackson on the show this morning, going live on Fox. Good day.
and then, because most times you're not going to write that and post it or send in an email or whatever.
Yep,
Write
exactly.
everything that when you have any level of emotion, write it in text edit first.
Oh, my God.
Don't write it directly onto your Twitter page.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, do a Word document.
Right.
Yeah, go
and
back.
then go back and see if it's worth sending.
Yep. By the way, speaking of Nirvana and Dave Grohl, played drums there, of course, Foo Fighters, we have a chance for you to win a trip this Sunday at Madison Square Garden to see that band play. You need to be vaccinated. That's the rule for that the band is instilling. And we'll start playing Foo Fighters music tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Keep track of the songs we play. Write down the titles up until noon because Pierre's going to have a little quiz for you about those songs. And the winner gets the trip. Pretty
Awesome.
sweet. And it's hotel, train, tickets, the whole deal. So that's tomorrow morning. Let's take a look at NJM Insurance Group traffic. What's going on, Kath?
95 northbound is jammed from Market Street to Highland Avenue. There was an accident there. It's cleared. Also jams from Island Ave to Broad Street. South on 95, heavy from Cottman to Bridge, the Betsy Ross Bridge through to Girard. The Vine westbound slowing 95 to Broad Street. Also jams the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill Expressway. Schuylkill westbound jams from Broad to Passyunk. City out to Conshohocken, and then King of Prussia to 202. The long-term closure for sinkhole repair work has the left lane closed there. Eastbound slowing from Gulf Mills into Conshohocken, the Boulevard to Spring Garden, and then from Passyunk to Broad Street. 295 northbound to Route 70. A disabled vehicle in Cherry Hill off to the shoulder. The Ben Franklin Bridge westbound slowing the Toll Plaza to 8th and Vine, right lane construction. This traffic report brought to you by Panera. Dinner is hot and ready to serve. Bring home Panera's cheesy flatbreads, toasty sandwiches, or creamy mac and cheese with delivery or pickup. Availability and pricing may vary. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. Thank you very much, Kathy. Gather around the radio, folks. Nick McElwain is going to regale you with a wonderful story of what he saw last night while out to dinner.
It is a wonderful story, Preston. I went to dinner with my girlfriend. We sat outside.
Story of love.
Story of yeah. Well, here's how irony, Kathy, because we get to this restaurant last night and we're sitting outside and we saw two people walking in arm in arm. This gentleman had his
goddaughter.
He had his arms draped around a woman. They were walking with. He had his arm around her shoulder and holding her very tight. And so my girlfriend remarks to me, "Oh, look at that! Isn't that sweet? They're in love." And they end up sitting next to us. And this woman sitting with this gentleman is much younger than the gentleman. And listen, you see that fairly frequently.
It's common.
You don't bat an eye too much at it anymore. But they sat right next to us at this restaurant. And the longer we sat there, the more we started eavesdropping on their conversation. And the more it became apparent that she, in fact, was an escort that he had paid for. And the course of the conversation that had happened was she was referring to some things like clientele. He was joking with her about it. And it just became plain as day. And so I texted my girlfriend, even though we're sitting across the table from each other, as we're sitting at dinner, and I wrote something to the effect of, I mean this with all due love and respect, but do you think she's being paid to go out to dinner with him right now? And she replied and she said, I hadn't even thought about it, but we looked and we watched and it became evident that, yes, in fact, she was an escort.
You said she was gorgeous.
She was drop dead gorgeous. He wasn't bad looking.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was, probably late 40s, early 50s. But it became clear also through the course of the conversation that this was the first time they'd spent any time together. He was telling her
So it was the first meeting, you would say?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he got up at one point to go to the bathroom. Like I said, they came in arm in arm. He was all over it. He went up to go to the bathroom, and my girlfriend said to me, do you think I should say something to her? And what she wanted to say was, to this young woman, are you okay? Because you never know.
Yeah.
And I said, probably not. Let them be, mind our own business or whatever. And so the gentleman goes to the bathroom, comes back from the bathroom, and instead of sitting across from the table from the young woman, he sat right next to her and had his paws all over her. And it became kind of gross at one point.
Was there? You said there might even have been digital stuff going on.
He had his hand. I watched his hand.
Yeah.
She was wearing a very short skirt, and his hand was moving up her legs.
Oh yeah.
Rather aggressively, and then sort of inside of her thighs. And I was just like, what the hell is going on?
Well, it was
there?
okay. All right. So it was. I mean, it was they were right next to you, right?
They were right next to us.
All
They were
right,
the
so
table
it wasn't
seated
like
next
you
to
were
us.
getting up on the table with binoculars. Yeah.
No, and I watched her a couple times. She did not have a phone, which I found to be interesting.
Right.
When he got up to go to the bathroom, she was very focused on her straw in her drink.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And
what's this for?
Well,
That's kind of scary.
there were elements of it, Kathy, that were scary. And then
That's why you had that. I assume, Nick, the initial. That's why your girlfriend was like, because you hear stories about trafficking or things like this nature, but you guys were confident, or pretty much so, that this was not the case. This was an escort.
We think that she was there on her own volition.
All right.
What was interesting is Nick told us this story off air beforehand, and Casey was more interested in what you had as entrees for dinner. So.
Great sushi. Ozzy on Main, Casey. It's delicious. We sat outside, and
It's the kind of sushi you can eat with your finger.
Finger food.
He had to explain to her what edamame was.
Did she have an accent? Was she American?
I believe so, Casey, and I was listening for that because she kind of looked Eastern European, and you hear stories about young women coming over from Eastern Europe, Russia, that kind of a thing. So it was just the longer we sat there, the more evident that this was an arrangement that was being paid for. And listen, it leads to a conversation about sex workers, and if she's there because she wants to be there to get paid, more power to her. If there's some level of trafficking involved, it becomes a bigger issue. So that's where we struggled a little bit with whether or not to say anything.
There's a multitude of things. There are. So you said it seemed like they met for the first time. We also know the concept of the of sort of the what do you call it now? The working your way through college and getting a sugar daddy.
Oh yeah. Sure.
That's a pretty common.
Yeah,
thing.
maybe that was an early meeting for potential sugar daddy setup. I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, so I was recently with a couple who, it's a similar situation. I mean, she is clearly in it for the money and what he can offer her. She was much younger than he was. He had a lot of money, and I don't know how the agreement works, because I guess you don't really have conversations with it, but a friend of mine.
So what's the deal here?
So a friend of mine who knows a little bit more about it just because she runs in that money circle.
Right.
Not that she does this type of stuff, but she sees it all the time.
Yes.
And she said it's basically these young girls who have they don't care one bit what the guy looks like, or as long as he's got the money,
the job,
and he's got. But it's so, I guess you would see it as a job, but they become like long-term. They have long-term relationships, if you want to call it, and it's because they get. So this girl was getting flown wherever she wanted to go. Literally, she would wake up in the morning and go, "I think I want to go to the Bahamas." Okay, let's go, and he would take her there. So it was like it's sort of that's the agreement. She gets to do whatever she wants, and then she was there for a few weeks, and she goes, "Okay, I'm done. I want to go home," and she gets on a plane and she goes home.
All right, is there sex involved?
There has to be, yes, because
But you haven't been confirmed it, but there's got to be.
I mean, listen, I think I'm 99.9% sure that there's sex involved because he's not flying her around the country.
Well, this is an agreement. It's an arrangement. It's something that they're clearly doing. Now we had Candace Bushnell in the studio on Monday, and she talked about the opposite thing, where now they're finding that older women are being approached a lot.
By younger men.
That this thing is increased exponentially. And I know that it must go the other way as well. We think that the classic thing is the old, businessman who's, wealthy.
Sure. Oh, yeah, I bet you it does, more than we think.
So I was friends with someone who would be an escort from time to time, and she was married. And he was aware, the husband was aware, and she swore up and down she didn't have sex with this like super rich older guy. And Kathy, the Bahamas, that whole type of thing, or South Africa or wherever it may be, they would fly off and she'd stay for a week, and her job was to be by this guy's side and to
a companion?
To make him look good.
Make him look good. Like arm decoration.
Arm candy.
All right.
Yeah, it was that's what she said. And I think she was at least getting a little hobbit-nobbit thingy going
Something.
on.
A little whammy jammy.
A little snuggle.
Are you giving her a little?
Yeah. But
Shabba-labba-doo?
I didn't push it to find out more about that.
Listen, I know why you don't want to. It's their business, but it is interesting. I wonder, for all of the assertions that sex isn't involved, how often that is not accurate. I mean, but to some people, is it that important? I mean, my mind always goes to one of the classic matches, which would be Anna Nicole Smith when she was Hunt. What was the guy's name?
God, he was like 90.
He was a gelatinous mass in a wheelchair.
I was at a club one night and I saw a guy. My aunt. It was long story short. My aunt was a great singer and her band was playing and we went to go see them and they were playing like big band stuff and there was a guy who had to have been close to mid 80s and he had this gal who was probably 27 and. Man, was he having a great time. They were dancing, and I'm like, this ain't her granddad. And she was decked out. It was quite obvious she was an escort.
Putting on a show.
And I didn't know if she was going to have to seal the deal later on or what. But
when these two left the restaurant last night, they left arm in arm again. And when he'd been sitting next to her on the table, if he had been doing finger stuff, he had also been like running his hands through her hairs and through her hair.
I hope it was the other hand.
It was. Yes.
He wasn't
think
using
about
her
it.
as dipping sauce.
No, he wasn't. He didn't double
what
dip.
did you say?
See, he wasn't using her as dipping sauce, was he?
Not that I could tell.
Hey, it looks like you have product in your hair.
But when they left the table and walked out of the restaurant to the car, I was really curious as to whether or not something was going to go on in the car.
All
Because
right, what kind of car? I mean, was it?
take a guess.
Well, no, I mean,
I'm going to guess a Prius.
BMW.
A BMW.
Beamer.
Yeah.
When you originally told the story, I thought that there's a scene from the movie Big Daddy where they're in the restaurant together and there's a really huge fat guy sitting with a slender, attractive girl, and she's holding a sausage up on a fork, and he's eating it.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
No, this guy was not that big fat guy. He wasn't,
right, I know that, but they were being real handsy and real open about it,
Yes.
and maybe that's the type of guy who likes other people to see him.
I think you're 100% right. He wanted to be seen with his hands all over this young, attractive woman.
This is also so. This is right out of Pretty Woman then too. So the guy like a rich, a guy who simply needs an accoutrement, so to speak.
You're right.
Transaction.
And that's what it's.
That was the setup in that movie. All right, I got some calls. I'm going to go to Frank here. Hey, Frank, good morning. Gadzooks, dude, what's up?
So, me and my buddies were walking around Atlantic City. It's late at night, and a prostitute, a lady of the night, comes up to us. She looks like LaToya Jackson. It literally might have been LaToya Jackson.
It could have been, at this point, it could have been LaToya.
When LaToya was, having some money issues, Yeah,
so we'll just call her LaToya for the rest of the story. So LaToya asked if we want to have some fun, and we're like, no. We've been drinking. We're just going to go play Catan. And she's like, oh, I love Catan.
Oh, my God.
So we kind of jokingly go, do you want to come play with us? And she goes, if you pay. And we go, this is too funny not to do. So that's what we did.
So you hired a prostitute to come play Catan with you.
And then we talked about later, we're like, could we have gotten arrested for that? We're like, no, it's Catan.
Hey,
that's fine.
Frank, for those who may not know Catan is not some Atlantic City casino board, table game. No. It's a board game. It's literally a board game.
It's something we do a lot is we play Catan, and we were going to see anyway, and we were like, hey, let's just bring the game after we're done gambling.
Oh, my God,
play around the Catan.
Oh, my God.
That's what we did.
Let me ask you, Frank, did you get a chance just to chat with her? Was she candid about the lifestyle at all?
She was talking, and, she needed, if you've ever played Catan, she needed wood, and nobody would trade her wood. So she's like, I'll do things to you. And we're like, no.
Wait. She was going to offer up a handy for some wood in Catan?
But then she played the Monopoly card and took it all anyway. So we're like,
That's not in the rules.
That's hilarious.
God.
That's so funny.
All
right, Frank, how much did it cost you to pay a hooker to play Catan with you?
$80.
$80.
Listen, the story?
For the story alone, that's well worth it.
It's worth it.
Yeah. And, I mean, hey, she didn't have to get to do that. And she
Dude, you've opened up a whole new avenue, Preston.
Yes.
What if that becomes the chic thing to do? Like get a hooker to come back to your house and play Hungry Hippos.
That's funny. And Frank, she knew the rules? She had played before?
Yeah, we didn't have to explain anything.
Oh, my God.
She knew her way around the board.
How long did she stay?
Yeah.
How long did she stay, Frank?
Huh?
How long did she stay?
The game takes 2 hours to play, by the way.
Yeah, she probably stayed 2 hours.
Okay.
A full game.
We also gave her liquor, but we threw that glass out. We were like, no.
Okay, so I still have a couple questions. A, who won the game?
My one friend Nick, he always wins. What a jerk.
All right. And then B, did she have any security with her or anything along those lines?
No, but she was texting a lot, and she was like, "Sorry, it's my daddy." And then, like, we were like, "Oh, why is this is a grown woman? Why is her father?"
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
God.
not her daddy.
They were like,
Yeah.
"Oh, right, it's a,
Right.
The other daddy.
yeah."
Well, that's a hilarious story.
Frank, that's awesome.
And you know what? In a bizarre way, that could have Preston. That could have been a sequence in Pretty Woman.
Yeah.
And it basically
It's
was.
pretty wholesome
Yeah.
if you think about it. Like, it could be a Disney movie.
It could
you know?
be. There was no sex involved.
Oh my God!
You played
that's
a board
excellent.
game?
I thought because on our call screener here it says ordered an escort to play board games with in Atlantic City, and I thought they meant table games, like to just sit there at the casino and play games. No,
That's great.
just go back and play
In the room.
Catan. I love it, Frank. Thanks for the call, man.
Bye.
Yeah.
Who brings
That's a great
Catan with
story.
him to?
Those guys.
Those guys, that's what he said. We figured it'd be
And they
funny.
got the best story you could ever get.
All right, let me go to Mary. Hi, Mary. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, you guys. How are you?
Wonderful, Mary. What's up?
Well, my story isn't quite as entertaining as the last guy, but it's kind of hard to beat. So about 25 years ago, I had a part-time job at a very well-known car dealership in the area. And I worked there on Saturdays, and every Saturday, this really attractive woman pulled up in a brand new vehicle, and out she comes. She's greeted by, just some other person taken upstairs because the owner of this dealership was upstairs in this really swanky apartment that he had set up. Married man, children, and she would come and visit him. He kept her in brand new cars, clothes, paid for everything. She was very attractive. He is not. The same thing. Oh yeah, and it was every single Saturday.
So Mary, he had specifically built this apartment for his love nest, and
yes, not necessarily for her,
right,
but for whoever.
Let me ask you. So, how do you? Does that, in your mind, is that okay? This is a business relationship, or how do you assess that? What was your takeaway?
Nobody talked about it. It's like we knew she was going to show up.
Yeah.
She showed up. She sexily walked up those steps. Every guy in the dealership was like, oh, my God, knowing. And then 2 to 3 hours later, down she came, got in her brand new car, and took off.
Wow. Well, there you go.
No.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
I needed some money.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Mary.
I guess you do what you do.
Yeah, you do. Hey, I have a question because, I've gone to Atlantic City a few times, spent some time in the casinos, and usually when I'm there, it's to just gamble. So my mind is focused on that, and I don't really let my eyes wander and take a look around because I'm busy looking at the cards or dice or whatever it may be. But there's prostitutes around there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but my question is, what about the non-Atlantic City casinos? What about the ones around here?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do they? I'm guessing maybe not because there aren't usually hotels associated. In Atlantic City, you got a hotel, you got rooms, people are going right there. Really?
Yeah.
So the one in Bucks County, well, I guess we don't want to name
We don't have to name names, but anyway, yeah.
Along that road, I mean, part of that road is known for that. So it's a little further.
Okay.
It's a little further down. It's a little further away, but you can absolutely see them. So and there are hotels not associated with the different casinos, but they are right there.
Okay.
So listen, I don't know, but my guess is it happens.
I think it's a safe bet. I also know that you would imagine the casinos would actively look to keep that from happening because that could affect their licenses and various things. So, but still, if you are in that line of work, that would be one of the places you would go when you know that people would be walking out with money.
You're right. I guess if there's you get a big winner and he's feeling pretty happy, maybe he can splurge.
Bachelor parties and things like that where they're going and looking for something like that. It's funny though. I associate that more with firmly entrenched city, casino cities, as I would those places.
Right. Right.
In other words, do hookers routinely hang outside places that sell lottery tickets?
Right.
Yeah.
On the off chance that you get a big winner.
Like, are there hookers outside shows right now?
Yeah, even just where they're just selling the scratchers, because
you might get lucky.
You might get $100.
Well, there's a text that came in that said, if there are casinos, there are hookers.
Yeah,
and I think that's probably accurate.
Okay.
Interesting. So,
Yes.
Preston, you pointed out something, too, that Nick didn't even think about. In that dynamic, was there someone sitting alone?
Yeah, I'd asked Nick if he looked around a bit to see if there was a guy by himself, maybe a bigger guy, at the bar or wherever it may be, because sometimes they have security that's got to be nearby.
I did not. I'm also really curious. I've never considered getting an escort.
Right.
But how do you go about doing that? Like, I
don't know.
And
did they shut that down on Craigslist? Didn't they have
there was a crackdown, but once there's a crackdown, there's always ways for that to resurface, and I've heard that OnlyFans is a way to advertise that type of business
on the OnlyFans system.
Yeah, and you can use it as a way to advertise sex work. And listen, sex work is work. It's just an interesting line of work, and I think that's why we end up talking about it.
I wonder how much of the industry or how much of this, though, is literally someone who just wants a companion, a very attractive partner to go have dinner with them, or to engage in conversation, or anything of that nature, but they do want someone who is attractive.
By this guy's body language last night, he was not just looking for conversation.
He was looking for sushi.
While it seems unlikely, I'm sure there are people that just want. Yeah, I know. But I mean, it's probably percentage-wise a lot lower than the other. But I'm sure that there are some. So it's interesting that you saw that, Nick, unfolding right before you.
Yeah, and it really does spark. It made for a great conversation at dinner last night. We had a lot to talk about and a lot to listen to. And
how close were you guys to their table?
As close as I am to Steve.
That's very close.
4 or 5 feet away.
So, what were the topics of conversation? I assume it was like Tiger King and stuff like that.
No, I didn't hear that. He defined edamame to her and let her know what that was. They talked about travel. She talked about some of the places that she'd been with other clientele.
All right,
and it was really open. I mean, they were honest with each other. And she was saying that she'd been to the Bahamas and to Mexico with other clients. And he said,
listens to the Preston Steve show.
Huge fan of the show. She was wearing Gadzooks panties.
I bet you we have escort listeners.
I guarantee you.
Well, there's a couple of texts coming in from different numbers that say there's a website called skipthegames.com.
All right.
Skipthegames.com.
And that's where you'll find your escorts.
Okay.
I'm sure it's one of many places that you can find the escorts. What's funny, too, is, and I've seen this before, is sometimes porn stars will come into a town and essentially set up a little bit of a residence at a hotel, and they'll put out via their social media, hey, going to be in so-and-so, and then you click on this link and you can discreetly, with a porn star, someone you've seen in videos, who will sleep with you.
Wow.
Now, I'm sure it's going to be really, really expensive.
Right. Unless you have a coupon.
But you can do that. Hang on, let me go to Matt. Hey, Matt, good morning.
What's going on, brother?
Yo, buddy, what you got?
You guys rock.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
There's actually a website called ListCrawler. Ever since Backpage went down, you can actually go on his website and people leave reviews on how their experience was and comments like "this girl smells" or "this girl's great."
This girl smells. And the name of the site is listcrawler.com.
Listcrawler.com. Yeah, you can go through and they had the prices and everything. It's
this
great.
girl smells like burned rubber, Preston.
I think I know her.
Is it for? It's for, I assume, like men seeking women and women seeking men and men seeking men. Is it the whole menu?
I've only seen women on there. I've only seen men seeking women.
Okay.
Just the stinky ones.
You want to be fair.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it, brother.
No problem. You guys rock. Have a good one.
All right, you too, man. Wow. Okay. Yeah, there's a whole world.
Stinky.
This girl smells.
Yeah. This one has a snaggletooth.
Oh, here's somebody texting. There's another website called skipthecatan.com. So you can take a look at that if you want to. All right, very interesting, Nick. Well, I'm glad you were entertained by that. I would have been.
I would really like to get a follow-up from them, so I'm going back to that restaurant again.
Somebody did text in earlier saying that even if it seems awkward, it's okay to ask somebody, is everything okay?
I think that's accurate. Yeah.
Oh my God! Listen, I would prefer to err on the side of caution. Absolutely,
Right.
I wouldn't care. But think about how offended somebody would be if, like,
yeah.
they are actually dating a.
That's why you do it like right before you're leaving the restaurant.
Yeah.
After you get the check.
Excuse
You okay?
me, you are a delightful couple, but I need to ask your lady here: are you being abducted?
I wonder if you could say something to your server.
Yes,
because they might look for.
Yeah.
Well, no, they might look for a. Well, yeah, that's right. They might kill their tip, right? But they might look for an opportunity to do it.
Who cares if you? I mean, I wouldn't care if that person is then offended. Fine, but like on the off chance, because it happens more than we think. The human trafficking and you guys talked about people from different countries, but here in the United States it happens.
All right, we got to wrap because we got Fox Good Day to go to. So we are going to take a break. We're going to come back in just a moment, do that and the bizarre file. So stay with us. We'll be right back. And also mention that there's a new Daily Rush video that's available, and it is called Mustard, Watermelon, and the Edge.
Oh, yeah.
And the connoisseur test tastes the mustard on the watermelon reveals the return of the edge, not that one. You can watch that now at Punchline, or no, at PrestonandSteve.com, and it's sponsored by Punchline, Philly's Fishtown First Comedy Club, Restaurant, and Bar. I'll get this right one of these days, folks. All right, and then here's my shout out. This is from Bill, and I think this is how you pronounce his last name, Sour Milk.
Okay.
It's Saurmilch.
That's how I'd say it.
Or Sour Milch.
Yeah.
Anyhow, he said, I was curious if you could find time to give my oldest baby girl a big nasty shout out for her birthday. Last November, she became a big sister and has been such a help from changing diapers, feeding her bottles, purees, and being sure that she is dressed correctly because Daddy is not nearly as good at it. Her name is Audrey Sour Milk, and she'll be turning 9 on July 11th. July 11th. Okay.
Well, we're getting just a little bit ahead of it.
Well, I've got a lot of these.
Yeah. When people ask for a specific date, you need to understand.
Yes.
It's hard for you to get it. And if you have it right in front of you, you're going to act on it then.
Well, I thought it was June 11th. And now I see July 11th. And I'm starting to get stacked up because people are starting to put specific dates on these things.
No.
And I've tried to be good about it lately, but now they're going like a month in advance. Gang, I'll never do it. Like the week of. Send it to me, all right, and we'll see what we can do. So if you're sending a month or two in advance, it'll get lost. Trust me, that's just my organizational skills. But anyhow, we're going to do this one now for Audrey. He said, I know she'll love to hear it on the radio and hear how proud I am of her. Also letting her know how much she means to me would make this birthday one for the record books. Love this little girl so much and is such a happy go-getter. It will be amazeballs, he says. So anyhow.
So just, listen all the time, record every show.
That's all you got to do.
Save every podcast, and you'll get it eventually.
Eventually. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
Now,
Bizarre.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Horizon. With Horizon Services, you can have a brand new system installed as soon as tomorrow for up to $1,800 off. Visit horizonservices.com. Oh, wow, this is a messed up story. A 54-year-old man is accused of shooting and killing another man who was attempting to steal a catalytic converter from his truck and then dragging the man's body behind the truck and dumping it into a field.
We just had a big catalytic converter theft in the parking lot here, right?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
But we didn't find the guy and drag him behind a truck.
No, we're better than that.
Michael Scott Campbell told police he was sleeping in his Ford F-150 around 3:45 a.m. Saturday when he was awoken by someone attempting to saw the catalytic converter off of his truck. Campbell told police that he saw two legs sticking out from underneath the truck when he opened the passenger door, and he fired straight down at the suspected thief. Campbell said he then fired two more shots at the man. The man attempted to get into his vehicle but collapsed. Campbell told police he then tied the man to the ball hitch of the F-150.
Yeah.
Campbell said he dragged the man into a nearby field and left him.
Okay.
Campbell told police the suspected thief was still alive and talking when he was tied up and dragged to the field before being abandoned. While officers were interviewing a witness, a white Ford F-150 drove past the location, was pointed out by the witness. Officers pulled the F-150 over. Campbell's vehicle was impounded and searched. So this guy was going to leave, but fortunately a witness saw the whole thing. Investigators discovered a Browning Hi-Point 9mm pistol in the F-150 and green rope. That visually matched rope found at the crime scene. Campbell is accused of second-degree murder and kidnapping. He's also a previous felon. He's had convictions before and is prohibited from owning firearms. Police say the grisly homicide is the latest chapter of increased incidents of catalytic converter thefts.
Jeez.
This guy...
That's heavy duty.
Took the law into his own hands. Probably enjoyed doing it.
Yeah.
Is what it sounded like.
So, yeah, from what he did.
You're going to tie the dude to the trailer hitch and drag him. That's messed up. American middle distance runner Shelby Houlihan says that she's been banned from athletics for 4 years after testing positive for a prohibited substance, which she blames on a burrito. The 28-year-old said that she was told in January the anabolic steroid nandrolone had been found in a doping sample. Houlihan said it may have come from eating a pork burrito, which she said could lead to a false positive for nandrolone the night before her test. She's denied ever doping. She says that she was handed the 4-year ban by the Court of Arbitration for Sport, or CAS, on Friday. Said, I feel completely devastated, lost, broken, angry, confused, and betrayed by the very sport that I've loved and poured myself into.
Like, she's a legitimate champion. She's not like a fly-by-night. And didn't she take a polygraph test?
She took a polygraph test. She did all this stuff. She said, I want to be very clear. I've never taken any performance-enhancing substances. She's the U.S. record holder in the 1,500-meter and 5,000-meter. Said she had never even heard of nandrolone, which can help to increase muscle mass. And she said she has since learned that eating pork can lead to a false positive for nandrolone, since certain types of pigs produce it naturally in high amounts. Pig organ meat, known as offal, OFFAL.
Yes.
Has the highest level of nandrolone, she said.
There you go.
But yeah, she took a polygraph. She did all this stuff. So the 4-year ban will see her miss both the Tokyo 2020 and the Paris 2024 games. The ban has not been confirmed by CAS or the other governing bodies, so we'll have to wait and see.
So you hear that story, and on the surface, you're like, she's full of crap. But then you realize, there might be something to it.
Yeah.
So can they overturn it still?
I don't know.
Okay.
They're talking to the Council of Pork.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Authorities in eastern Iowa say a man has died after becoming stuck in a cattle farm manure tank. The death occurred at a farm in Stockton, was reported by authorities. The fire chief said that his volunteer fire department responded around 10 a.m. to the scene. The man was doing some work in the tank when he got stuck. Firefighters retrieved the man's body from the tank late Tuesday night or
That's
early
no way
Wednesday
to
morning.
go.
The man's name has not been released, and they're going to investigate how exactly that happened.
I won't even use the utter catastrophe joke on that one.
All right. Hours after a woman believed her husband had poisoned her chicken wings, she set him on fire while he slept. The man suffered extensive second to third-degree burns and told officers his wife's weird behavior was the result of discussions that he planned to end their marriage. Tahansti Marie Smith was charged with arson of a building and domestic abuse. Her husband, Henry Williams, detailed the events took place before his wife's alleged attack. Williams, who has been in a relationship with Smith for 8 years, said he had been walking on eggshells with his wife for several months. When Williams returned from work to their home, Smith would not speak with him. She was continuously walking in circles, which Williams said was out of character. Later that night, the two got into an argument when Williams said he planned to move out of their home without her. Williams had been discussing getting a divorce from Smith for a couple of weeks, and the husband said his wife's weird behavior increased as he informed her of the decision. Williams took their 3-month-old to her crib before midnight, and he went to bed between 1 and 1:30 a.m. A few hours later, he awakened to the back of his head on fire.
Jesus!
Yes. He immediately went into the bedroom of their child who was sleeping at Williams' parents' house, and he tried to put out the fire with his bare hands. He then realized that the bedroom, including a mattress, was on fire. The fire was so fierce, he ran back into his bedroom, grabbed his daughter from her crib in his room, and ran out of the front door and ran to his parents' house behind his. He didn't realize how badly he was burned until his parents called 911. He suffered burns to his neck and upper chest, ears, back of his head, and neck, and both hands, as well as blistering to the right side of his face. So she had thought that he had poisoned her chicken, and that wasn't the case. So I think there's a little disconnect, a little mental snap that has taken place.
I'm going to investigate this case a little bit further.
Yes.
I can judge by the splatter pattern on the backsplash that the chicken was prepared here.
Okay, good to know.
I'll take some polygraph tests and some fingerprints, and I'll get back to you.
Excellent.
We're going to dust the wings for print.
Dust the wings?
Yeah.
Isn't that a Kansas song?
Exactly. Dusting the wings.
All right. Dusting the wings. I like
perfect.
that. Yeah. I like it. Yep. And there it is.
I close my eyes.
Only for a moment. Yeah.
While I dust in the wings.
Yeah.
This one goes out to that guy whose head was on fire.
Okay. All right. All right. And then finally, we'll end with this one. It's tough to top that. A 12-year-old girl has been arrested on suspicion of setting 4 fires in the Berkeley Hills area on Friday. The girl is suspected of setting 4 separate fires, including a structure. No one was injured in the fires. At 2 p.m., apparently the first emergency workers responded to a small grass fire to begin. Then later on, another fire was reported in another grassy area. While handling that fire, emergency workers were notified of another fire of dried leaves, and eventually they responded to a structure fire later on that afternoon.
That's a lot of fires.
This is a 12-year-old girl.
Yeah.
After additional
arsonist
investigation into the fires, emergency personnel were able to identify the suspect as a 12-year-old girl who was later arrested, and I really don't have any other
I think
details.
I found the accelerant. It was a chicken finger dipped in kerosene.
Wow. All right, there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, secret text word. We have a chance for you to win a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. So text the word secret to 39333 because you just might win a little bit later on. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a moment. Jim Jackson on the show. Mitch Fatel is stopping by. We got more on the way. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The Preston and Steve Small Business Love You, Help You line.
Hey there, Army. My name is Sean O'Malley, and I'm part of the Hotspurs, an improv comedy troupe that travels the tri-state area, delivering nights of comedy every
At least both lanes are open, but obviously people slowing down as they pass by, causing the jam up. Also on the boulevard, you've got some stop traffic here northbound between Fox Street and Broad Street. The right lane is blocked with a disabled vehicle. Schuylkill Expressway eastbound is slowing from 202 into Belmont. Heavy the boulevard into the Vine, both directions between Broad and Passyunk West. Also slows there to the Vine Expressway. The boulevard out to Belmont, and then King of Prussia to 202, where we have the left lane closed with sinkhole repair work. 95 southbound jams Cotman to Bridge, the Vine westbound. Heavy the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill Expressway. 295 eastbound at the Scudder Falls Bridge, right lane construction causing jam traffic there. Blue Route northbound slows 95 to Route 1 southbound, Route 1 to Media. 309 northbound between Berge Road and 113. The right lane is closed. That is construction. 55 northbound heavy from Deptford to the 42 freeway. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods. Prime members save this week at Whole Foods Market on animal welfare certified bone-in beef rib steaks for $11.99 a pound through June 22nd while supplies last. Learn more on the Whole Foods Market app. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Any of you guys ever do Airbnb before?
Yeah.
Use it? Yeah?
Yes.
I have not. Have you?
No, I never have.
Yeah, I don't like that idea.
My best friend does it. He says it's great because you kind of you feel like you're in your home. It's a little more personal. It's a little more. The access it's a little less sterile than a hotel room.
I've rented homes. I mean, houses, yeah, and with zero issues. But I know that sometimes there are.
My wife has done it and has had actually when they went to Yellowstone, they did an Airbnb.
Yeah,
I always get skeptical of what you're gonna.
I just don't like people to record me taking a dump.
Well,
that's my thing.
We recently did one in March for a bachelorette party, and it ended up being great. The house was beautiful. It was in a location that when we got there, we were like, oh no, what did we do?
Right.
But we walked in and it was perfectly fine and it was close to what we were doing. So,
and you felt comfortable with all, I mean, because I think you're like me and you're.
Well, that's what I mean. I'm always skeptical of it. I didn't plan it. Somebody else did. I was just going.
Right.
But it ended up working out really nice.
All right. Well, Airbnb, apparently, Steve sent me this article, has a secretive team to keep disaster stays out of the press, and they will give blank checks to help people like rape victims.
Oh, dear God.
And pay to clean up dismembered human remains.
Oh, my. What?
Kathy, this is real. No, they have a massive slush fund to keep this stuff out of the press.
Now, I don't know how many of these incidents have taken place. I doubt it's like, the norm. But the short-term property rental company has spent an estimated $50 million every year on payouts to hosts and guests when things go wrong, as according to a Bloomberg Business Week reports, which interviewed several former members of the secretive safety team that they have. The team is known as the black box inside of the firm.
That's insane. I thought you were going to bring up the story where now the house rental companies, the different ones, Airbnb and all the other ones, VBRO and all those, are going to work together to give information about the people that are renting them and having those big parties so that doesn't, those huge, enormous parties that destroy houses. They're going to work together so they have those names and they're not renting to those same people.
So this is where they might step in. This team might step in and pay the homeowners some restitution if it got away, and they want to avoid stories like that getting out of the press.
Yeah. Well, there was just a story that made it out, Preston. I think it was in Dallas, and they was at the Kathy, one of those things, big house party. They were tearing the TVs off the walls. All of that stuff. Massive brawl.
So the Black Box team is made up of around 100 agents across cities, including Dublin, Montreal, and Singapore, several of whom have backgrounds in the military or emergency services. Team members have the power to spend any amount of money tackling the worst crises at their rentals, including sexual assaults, murders, and deaths, providing support to guests and hosts, and also working to keep the incidents out of the public eye. So in one incident, this particular one, a rape victim received a $7 million payout in exchange for agreeing to not imply responsibility or liability on Airbnb or the host after a career criminal used a duplicate key to enter a New York City rental and attacked her at knife point. And then it goes into the details about this particular case.
So their charge is to come in, and they are given carte blanche to throw money at whatever problem to make it go away.
Yep. So this raises questions about the scale of shocking incidents that are taking place at Airbnb properties. Several former Airbnb safety agents said that they had to arrange for contractors to cover bullet holes in the walls, of properties or hire body fluid crews to clean blood off of the floors.
The fact that they have to have these teams at all is not a good sign.
If you think about the amount of rentals that there are out there, you're going to have, statistically alone,
stuff's going to spray
because it's not. I mean, you are essentially putting trust in the renters and the people who are the owners.
That's two groups you're relying on.
Yeah. So,
the rentor and the rentee.
And these are average people, and they, some people are better than others. Others said that they had provided support to guests who had been assaulted by guests and had resorted to hiding in wardrobes or running from secluded cabins from the perpetrators. The team has covered costs, including for counseling, new accommodations, flights, and sexually transmitted disease tests.
Oh, no.
Health costs for rape survivors, among other things. And in fact, this is pretty wild. Airbnb hired high-profile political crises experts to work on the team, including Nick Shapiro, former National Security Council advisor to Barack Obama and deputy chief of staff at the Central Intelligence Agency. The deputy chief of the CIA now works for Airbnb.
To come in on a response team.
He is their crisis manager. So Shapiro, who has since left the role, though he's not there anymore, told Bloomberg the crises facing the company reminded him of the White House Situation Room. He said, this brought me back to the feelings of confronting truly horrific matters at Langley and in the Situation Room at the White House. He was 2 weeks into the job when the New York City rape happened on New Year's Day in 2016. The unidentified Australian woman who was 29 at the time and a group of friends rented a first-floor apartment, and a guy had used a duplicate key because he had rented there before. And got in and raped this woman.
As I was reading this article, President, and it occurs to me too. So we always hear about the renters, but let's say, would you feel confident, okay, with your house? Would you feel confident if you were leaving for a while? Now you have a shore property,
right?
Turning that over to Airbnb and allowing another, because for me, they go in and they have access to your key. They could make key imprints. They could get all sorts of access that could haunt you later on.
Well, I was talking to my friend, my buddy Steve, who does Airbnb quite a bit. He said most of the time it's a keypad.
Is it?
And they change the codes regularly. Mm-hmm. I would never turn over my home.
Right.
Where we live. There's too many personal items there. That's the thing. There's clothes and
porn,
all that stuff. Yeah. At a shore property, I could be a little bit more comfortable,
right,
in doing something like that,
okay,
because sensitive materials like our passports and things like that are not there. So I wouldn't worry too much about that.
Yeah, renting your home can be, even it's a vacation home, can be a nightmare.
I'm sure.
Yeah, but my parents did their home as Airbnb. I think we talked about it on the air, but they have a whole separate apartment basically in their basement, and it's has a bathroom, has a kitchen, like it can be used. So they put it up on Airbnb for a little bit. They fully got scammed with like somebody showing up at their house at 2:30 in the morning. They had to call the cops because they got nervous, and I was like, enough, like stop.
Why? Yeah. Why invite that upon yourself?
We made them take it down. Me and my brother, we were like, look, you are not going to
get into the escort service.
Well, I think that's what my mom is doing now.
The other part of it, though, is what I wouldn't like doing about it is you have to be essentially a landlord or manager of the property.
Exactly.
If they've got an issue with whatever, maybe you overlooked something or whatever, they're going to call you up and you got to go in and you got to go take care of whatever that is.
A lot of times they hire like services. So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
So there's an intermediary, Kathy?
Okay.
Yeah. So a friend of mine who has actually where we shot the calendar, remember where they had that raging bachelor party the morning we were supposed to be there? Right. Exactly. So that all went through a service, which was part of the mix-up. And so they didn't have the dates correct. And so if something happens like that, they'll take care of it because he's not here. He's not here to do it.
So Kathy, to Preston's point though about, and I agree with you, having to be like a manager is a pain in the ass. So does Airbnb provide somebody who serves as the contact, the point person if they are having issues or something goes on?
I don't know. Somebody let us know if you do this regularly. 215-266 636-1063 WMMR. I'm sure you can share some stuff, Kath, but I also want to hear from others.
Yeah, so I think his is like an outside service. I'm not sure if Airbnb does that, but I know that he has a service that comes in, runs his Airbnb and all of his rentals.
So when people were dismembered in your parents' apartment, how did they handle
were almost
that?
dismembered.
Yeah. They called the wolf. Came in and took
That's all you
it.
had to say.
All right, get Clorox. I need a tub.
Yeah, that would be too much to take on. Now, Rochelle could probably do it. I couldn't. I mean, she's more organized than I am, but...
You'd get the dates wrong. You'd be there and somebody be sleeping in the bed with you, you know.
Yeah, you hire a management company. It's just so much easier that way, and you don't have to worry about it. Like I wouldn't even want to. I wouldn't even want to like do long-term rentals. Like I wouldn't want to be a landlord, so to speak.
Right.
Because you have to put up with all of it.
Chuck was a landlord,
and he didn't care for it.
And he had to do a ton of work to this property and helping these people out and all this stuff. And it sounded like a nightmare to me personally. So
it's a lot of work. Yeah, and I also don't have the know-how.
Unless you're a deadbeat landlord, that's the way to go.
Yeah,
you can't be reached. You let everything fall into disrepair. That's the way to go.
Slumlord.
A slumlord.
I could do
that. Oh man, they've got it.
Those guys got it down.
And you can't believe how much they save by not paying for heat and things like that.
They're just being economical.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it.
We gave you some walls and stuff.
And I also wouldn't mind hearing any horror stories. That would be very fun to discuss a little bit. 215-263 WMMR.
A couple dismemberment stories would be nice.
Yeah, why not? Let me go to Kristen. Hi, Kristen. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. So you are you rent out a property?
We do. We have a property in the Poconos.
How long have you been doing that?
Just for a year.
Okay, and how's your experience so far?
So far, we've been really lucky. I think we've had a lot of luck with people who have been just trying to get away during the pandemic, and people have been like really respectful, small families visiting. Mm-hmm. So looking forward to our first full summer, and a little nervous though because you do hear those stories.
Right.
Well, let me ask you, Kristen. So as you have this property, did you sort of prep it as to Kathy's point? Do you extract everything that? I mean, what do you do to make it suitable where you feel confident enough to rent it out to other people?
Yeah, so we use it a couple of months out of the year, and I block it so that we can have our own things there during that time. When we're not there, we have an owner's closet. To your point, we don't keep any personal, materials, passports, obviously, things like that up there, but like even clothing and things that we want to leave so they're there if we want to go up when we have nobody renting are in a locked closet.
All right.
Yeah, and then we have, just the keypad entry, like Kathy was saying, just so we can turn that over and not have people have, any kind of access once they've left the property.
All right, Kristen, what about day-to-day needs? You guys don't live in the Poconos, I assume, so
correct.
That's a long distance. If they need something right away, who do they reach out to?
So right now we have a person who does our property management. They live in the area.
Right.
We've considered going to a larger company, but yeah, you really we're a 2-hour drive with no traffic. So unless there's like a real emergency, it's pretty difficult for us to get up there.
How did you find that person to do this?
We actually, when we were looking to purchase the place, we worked with our real estate agent to find local contacts, cleaning service, things like that, because, we knew the area from vacationing up there, but not from a business perspective.
And a lot of times they're just hobos living in the woods you can hire to watch the property,
That's
right?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're cheap.
It works
Yeah,
out.
they work for cans of beans. And stuff
cans
like
of
that.
beans, and if you give them a nice harmonica.
Right.
True.
No, all right, so it's working out for you. All right, that's good. No dismemberment, no nothing. You've been good so far.
So far.
Okay. All right, well, hope your streak continues.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much.
Bye.
Here's a text that says, hang on a second. Is the top part relevant or not? Okay, it says, just like that, my dream of renting Preston's house and trying on his underwear is dashed.
Ah, damn it.
Sorry.
Well, we keep a tub of your underwear here for us to try
tub?
on. Yeah.
We have a tub of it?
Send me an email. I'll give you his codes.
I'm going to go to Andrew. Hi, Andrew. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, buddy. All right, so you rent out a place on Airbnb, right?
Yes, sir. My wife and I own a log cabin in the Adirondacks. We rent it out about 300 nights a year.
300 nights a year, so that's over 299 nights a year.
Right.
Yeah.
That is just over that.
I think.
Yeah.
I think so.
All right, and how long have you been doing it, Andrew?
About 2.5 years or so.
All right, everything been good, or have you had any incidents?
No real incidents. Like, I was listening to the last person. Like, 9 out of 10 people are really, really nice.
Yeah.
But like anything in life, there's that one person who's just absolutely insane in their requests and what they want, and it's like we're not Hiltons, right? So people really get crazy. But yeah, no dismemberment. Everyone leaves their heads on.
So Andrew, what for people who are you as a person with a property? What sort of restrictions do you set to mitigate those expectations of people who are going to rent from you?
No, Steve, great question. So a couple of things for anyone out there looking to do it. Like, it's like party size is really important. So like how many people? So we started off with 8, which was so dumb because then you'd have like the epic bachelor parties show up and they would drink like 900 beers in a weekend.
Right.
Age is also somewhat important, so we raised the age. So we just got different types of people coming in terms of like couples and families, and they're much more respective of the homes. Yeah, like simple things like that can be so helpful. But like everyone kind of learns. Like we set 6 people, and then one time we had 12 people show up. So, we were obviously not happy.
Right.
But little things like that can help.
Yeah, you don't necessarily know how many people they're actually going to have, but if you set a restriction at a lower number, at least if they go over, that's still going to be on the lower number. Who do you have taking care of the property in between rentals?
It's a good question. So because it's a 6-hour drive for us, we actually have a local guy up there. Shout out to Bill. Bill takes care of our property. He's awesome. So it's like anything in life. You just got to find really good people.
And Andrew, do you run like a credit check on your renters, or how does that work?
No, so we use like a listing service. So it goes through like all the major ad sites, so like Airbnb and VRBO. So like they do a lot of the management of like verifying people are good, and they manage kind of the cash flow and stuff. But there is a lot of trust of like, is this person an axe murderer? Like those things are really hard to figure out.
Andrew, is it worth the cost? You have to pay this guy, your caretaker, if you will. You have to do the upkeep on the house and everything. Is it worth it monetarily?
Yeah, no, Preston, great question. Generally speaking, for us, the answer has been yes. My wife and I get to use it. We probably live up there 6 weeks a year now, so like, we get free vacations. And then we've got some really good stories to tell, so I would say yes.
I mean, just the limbs you find around the house alone, that's just got to be it. So there's Airbnb, and there was another one you mentioned?
VRBO.
And then there's BO, but I heard that stinks.
But I've heard commercials say Verbo.
Yeah.
I think
Is it Verbo?
Verbo,
Okay.
VRBO, I don't know.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, you guys are the best.
Thank
you.
Man. Yeah, no, I do hear that people with rental properties said that the money you make off of that
covers it.
It can cover it.
And to me, that's so. If you get a property with that in mind, to me, the notion of people who like turn over their, they're going away for a while and then turn over their actual
home.
Their home. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I
really?
couldn't
You
do
could no.
I wouldn't be able to do that. But to be able to, if it is like he said, they're in the Adirondacks, it's further away.
Sure.
You're only going to use it a few weeks out of the year. It's just going to sit there empty, doing anything, and it could be a money
Generating
maker.
money, yeah.
So why not use it for that?
Pay your caretaker with beans and a harmonica, and you're set.
Here's a text that says, now, we've heard good stories here, but we started off this conversation with these nightmare stories. But it says, this text says, friends of mine have major issues with Airbnb of their home. It ended up becoming a police matter and tens of thousands of dollars in damage. They began their own company at the shore in the Atlantic City and Brigantine area called Rescue Rentals to help people rent their properties. They can be found on Facebook, it says. So they had a real big-time issue with that.
So much so that they created their own company.
Right? Wow.
We liked it so much, we created our own company.
Hang on. I'm going to go to Michael. Michael, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, my man?
So I had booked a place down in Isla Mirada a couple months ago. And just before, probably about 12 days before I was supposed to show up down there, Airbnb sent me an email, said, please verify your identity, which I did. I used my passport card, sent them the picture of it. Well, that evening I get an email from Airbnb saying your reservation has been canceled, your money has been refunded, and your account's deactivated for a criminal records match.
Oh, my God.
So I contacted Airbnb and like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I have no criminal record. I work for the government with a secret clearance. You know, I know what my security background check looks like. And they're like, well, we use an outside company, and there must have been some kind of match to your name. And, you know, I'm still dealing with this. 10 days before I left, I had to rebook where I was staying, change my flight plans, change my rental car plans, and it cost me, you know, a considerable amount of money.
So Michael, you say you have special clearance. Have you been able to track down why this is flagging you? It seems like you have almost an exemplary record.
Yes, exactly. And no, they have been nothing but quiet on all my email attempts to contact them. There's no, phone number. There's no person to talk to. It's all been through email, and they've yet to, get back to me to say exactly what it is. Airbnb keeps pushing it off on the company that did the security background check on me, and then the security background check keeps pushing it off on Airbnb. Like, they really don't want to, do anything because they know I'm in the right.
Right.
And it's going to probably end up, because I told them that I was going to, whatever cost that I incur because of changing all my plans, I'm going to send to you.
Do you know what I do? It sounds like you need to go dismember them. That's what I think, right?
I think you're absolutely right. Absolutely.
Now that you know
I got a criminal record. Now I got a criminal record.
I know you have a slush fund, so you'll be able to clean it up.
Yes. Interesting.
But, I mean, if anything, they are doing, their due diligence to make sure they're, not getting rapists and, people that want to dismember.
No, I mean, they're trying to err on the side of caution, but obviously you can't lock out people who have legitimate, or legitimately able to rent and should be. That's wild. Yeah. I've heard about people dogged by that, like, get on no-fly lists and stuff like that, and they can't figure out what this.
I hope it works out for you, Michael. Thanks, man.
Okay, thank you, guys.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we had a problem with Rochelle's name being similar to somebody who had a sketchy.
Oh, really?
record. Oh, yeah, and it was difficult to get that cleared up when we're going for loans and things like that.
And just yes, I remember you going through that.
Yeah,
my cousin Hitler Charles Manson had the same thing.
Oh wow,
could not get a loan.
Here is another one that says my parents rented out their Pocono house long term. The renters destroyed it.
Oh,
there was literally puke all over the floors and garbage cans filled to the top with dog crap, ruined carpets, ruined furniture, cost them $25,000 just to get it cleaned.
So, is there some sort of insurance thing, or when you go through Airbnb, is there some sort of?
Yeah, there's renter's insurance. I mean, and you can buy it as a renter, and you can buy it as somebody who's renting out a house. So, I mean, there's always a coverage plan. But
so Airbnb is simply a conduit. They provide no other ancillary services. In other words, with insurance or things of that nature,
they can provide the middleman, like we've been talking about, for for cleaning services and for linen services, and things along those lines. Yeah,
I guess mainly they're the platform,
right,
to find this stuff. They're the repository of all of these rentals, and they do it in a really I guess an efficient way to make it easy to find what you want, where
like
you
Uber.
want it.
It's Uber,
yeah,
exactly.
So, and they also have the phone number for the Wolf, Preston.
Oh, they do.
Yeah.
Just in case, need a quick cleanup. Let's see. I will go to Tricia. Hi there, Tricia.
Hey, guys. How are you this morning?
Awesome. How you doing?
All right.
All right. So, Tricia, you are a renter. Do you use Airbnb?
So, no, I'm actually an owner.
Oh, all right.
Okay. I'm sorry. That's what I meant. I meant you rent out. So,
Yes,
do you use Airbnb for your property?
No.
Okay.
No, we don't. Because we have a property down the shore for over 20 years. And Airbnb is a hassle.
It's a hassle. How so?
Well, when you're trying to rent out such a short season, it's not really conducive to doing 1 or 2 nights for a 5-bedroom house. So that's one reason why we just don't do it.
Okay.
But we've had so many issues. Like, we just do it on our own. Pretty much, we use a little bit VRBO. But one time, in the beginning, we used a realtor, and they double booked us. Mm-hmm. And so they put it back on us, and we had to find the renter a place to stay for the week. Ew. So we said, okay, they charge like 12% now. So forget that. But one time we had a bunch of New Yorkers from New York City come. This was probably like at least 15 years ago, over Christmas, and they brought I don't remember how many magnums of liquor, and we saw remnants of every single Christmas ornament, a tree, and they said that they dropped the tree. I'm not quite. We really still can't quite figure out what happened, but they did a lot of damage to our house. So,
how much would you estimate?
Oh gosh, a couple thousand probably.
All
It
right.
was a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was another time we found a hole in the wall, and the renter was a lawyer, and he tried to sue us because we were taking back his security deposit, but they put the hole in the wall. Yeah, it's interesting. And during spring break time, we have to be careful, in senior week.
Yeah.
One time we had this young girl call, and she's like, well, my friends and I are coming down, and I said, well, we know the owners, and actually the guy that cuts our grass is the police chief, so you might want to go to CIO. And I never heard from her again. So, yeah,
Okay.
you kind of have to see through some of the people. And
It sounds like a hassle. It really does. I mean, obviously we heard a few stories at the beginning of this where it seemed like pretty pristine and it's working out fine. But the second you start getting into this stuff with holes in walls and Christmas ornaments and police chiefs.
Hey, how do you get word out? If you don't use any of those services, how do you get word out about your rental?
we have our own website, and we have a lot of return rentals. It's taken some time.
Okay.
We've had families come with babies and stay with us through, until they're college. And we have about 5 more years, and then we're going to get rid of all of the rental furniture and move down there halfway through the season and get out. Yeah.
Advertise on OnlyFans. That's what I'd do.
And the house there's no knickknacks. It's all it's very bare. Like we compare it to like a Honda Accord, not like a Mercedes.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of have to keep it clean. And after COVID, we got rid of all linens and all that kind of stuff. So it's even better. And yeah, it's a hassle, but let me tell you, it's good money.
All right, it's good money.
Thank you,
heard
Tricia.
that. All right.
Appreciate it. Go to this one real quick. We're going to have to break shortly. I'm going to go to Vince. Hi, Vince. Good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, it, man. What's going on?
Nothing. Now, crazy story my ex-girlfriend told me. A bunch of her girlfriends went down to AC for an Airbnb, and everything was fine in the beginning, but when they came back, they actually were pretty much held up at a robbery inside the house.
Okay.
The renter actually had like an inside job with his buddies, and actually would pretty much hold up people at this rental.
So the person who owned the property would arrange to have someone come rob the people who are renting from it as part of his scam?
Yes, correct. It was a digital pad, and he would give his friends the code to get in and hold them up, steal cell phones, steal money, steal credit cards. And the only reason why they knew they tied it together was they were friends on Facebook.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, whatever happened? Did he get busted?
Oh, yeah, they definitely got busted. Airbnb gave their money back and everything like that, like you guys were saying earlier.
And that would have come out of this fund, probably,
Yes.
Steve. All right, thank you.
The Black
Appreciate
Box
it.
Fund.
Yeah, which is this kind of secret portion of Airbnb, the security force that has the ability to go and clean up these messes and pay people to keep it quiet.
Right.
Here's a text that says, my buddy had to evict a lady about 2 years ago. She left the house trashed and a 10-inch dildo suction cupped to the shower wall.
Wow. I don't want to see that.
We have one of those.
I was just going to say that.
2 of those.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to see an inferior one.
Right.
Yeah,
You don't want to see it.
I've seen too many great ones.
Where you're staying either. You don't want to, All right. Anyhow, I did not know that this part of Airbnb, this arm of Airbnb exists where they can clean up body parts.
Yeah.
Oh my
and
it's like Splooge Force, Preston.
Pay off people who've been assaulted and all this other stuff. It's pretty interesting. But like a few callers said, you can make enough money off of that even paying for repairs every now and then might be worth it depending on what you're doing with your property.
Interesting.
So, yeah. All right, we need to take a break because we have a couple of guests coming up. Our buddy Jim Jackson, JJ, will be on the show. He's got a broadcasting school of sorts. Final look?
Nope.
Nope. Let's take a look at NJM Insurance Group Traffic. Yeah, that's later on. I lost track of time. What's going on, Kat? To enter into.
Yes.
And one where if you do it right, you could be the utterer of many memorable phrases.
I think maybe it's time to try a new pregame meal with maybe some baba ganoush in it. Those two will not be jabronis. Can guarantee you that. Jumping Jimmy, look at those numbers. You know, while that's not exactly Kathy's mustache, it is a lot of facial hair.
Lots of good snacks up there, Jimmy. I like those cheese balls. They're one of my favorites.
Ah, yes. When a guy gets a first down or makes a tackle, we see the old funky chicken dance every time. Artem Anisimov here with his spinorama pass. Looking at spin on the baby wheel right there.
Coatsy, what was it for you last night? Canadian ginger ale or sarsaparilla?
Sarsaparilla!
All right.
We get a second kerfuffle.
Well, Bill, whether it's Kismet or Destiny or what have you, the Flyers are here in Game 7.
Avery's been very quiet in this game. You're used to him being a jabroni out there. Coatsy, I bet you just want to holla right now, don't you?
By the way, I don't remember the Jumpin' Jiminy one.
There are so many.
I know. We have made our next guest say certain things for years while he calls the game at the Philadelphia Flyers, and he has been a trooper about it.
He has. He's risked his career all for us.
Please welcome Mr. Jim Jackson to the show.
I've forgotten some of those as well. In fact, easily the toughest one was Kathy's mustache.
Kathy's mustache. I thought the baby wheel one may have made the viewers go, "What in the hell, Jim?"
For the viewers, that one probably, but they're still trying to figure out Kathy's mustache.
Kathy's mustache.
That spin on the baby wheel, I immediately was waiting for a spinorama move, and if we didn't have one in that game, I was cooked. But
I feel like
we got one.
There were ones that we thought we were like, oh, there's no way this is so hard, and you found it so easy, and then ones that, and vice versa, but you just do it so easily.
Hey, Jim, would you when you were doing that, would you write it down like on a note card and have it in front of you, the phrase, or did you just have it up in your head?
Especially just to remind me.
Yeah.
There was one game I think I for a moment, maybe a period or so, it slipped my mind, and I looked down, and I had the third period to go, and I go, I got to get this in. But most of the time, I'm pretty well. A couple of them are multi-words. I have to write those down.
Right.
Take a spin on the baby wheel. I don't want to get that wrong.
Right.
I see one listed here, and I forgot that we did this. Was this an attempt, or did we actually follow through with someone peeled some shrimp because this gumbo is just getting started? Did you manage to work that into a...
I think I did, didn't I?
Wow.
All right.
Well,
You're a
he's
champ.
never let us down.
Never let us down.
Yeah, he has never failed. So if that was one, he got it in.
Yeah.
Well, there were some that you guys offered up that I rejected.
Yes.
Yeah, we would push boundaries. Yeah.
Well, listen, the reason that we have Jim on this morning is because Jim is doing the broadcast coaching camps.
This is a great idea.
I agree, 100%. And this is an opportunity to spend some time talking to a guy who knows what he's doing, has been doing it for a long time, and maybe send some people, steer them in the right direction.
Yeah, Jim, this is so, you do enough time, you spend enough time listening to podcasts or streamers or radio personalities or anybody, and everyone can benefit from learning a proper delivery, for learning mic technique and all the stuff I'm sure you cover. And at any level, you can up your game by what you're offering. I think it's a great idea.
Well, I'm glad you do, and I'm really having fun with it. I mean, I started it in November, and basically with one-on-one sessions. And what these camps are for this summer are more group sessions, all virtually done. Make it easy, just do it on Zoom, and we can make it a little less expensive this way too. And I can talk to groups of people at a time and talk about anything. A lot of people, they see my name and they think it's only about play-by-play, but as you guys mentioned, it's about everything: sideline reporting, anchoring, talk show hosting, podcasting, anything that has to do with sports broadcasting. I touch upon it and certainly willing to answer questions about it. So I don't want anyone to think this is just a play-by-play camp. Certainly we talk play-by-play, but we talk about all forms of broadcasting.
You know what, Jim, I went to a broadcasting school. It's where I learned the trade, and I remember they would have guest speakers come in from time to time from different facets of the industry, and they had a sports guy, and I wasn't interested in getting into sports broadcasting, but I went to see him speak anyway because I wanted to take on as much information as I could. And I remember him saying that a difference between when you get into the world of sports broadcasting, it might be a little bit different than say a DJ doing a music show. Because, and specifically if you're more looking to get into television as a sports anchor or something like that, is that you pretty much have to live, it has to be a part of your life because you have to be up to speed on pretty much everything, at least have a little bit of a handle on every single sport that there is within reason. I mean, you're not going to follow the snooker tournament or something like that. But
well, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
And that's especially true for anyone doing talk show anchoring, as you say. If you're doing a specific sport play-by-play, obviously you can focus in on that sport. I tend to be a guy who likes to watch all the sports, and obviously if you're doing anything that's going to address all the sports, you have to be up on it. So, yeah, you're kind of living it. But you know what? Most of the people I find, certainly it's the case with myself, when you get involved in this, you don't consider that work. It's right. Fun to stay up on sports. So it might be considered work. You're getting paid to do it, but you're having fun with it, so it's not a problem.
And I'm curious, Jim, where did you learn the ropes?
Well, I grew up in upstate New York, so my goal once I realized I wanted to get into sportscasting was to get to Syracuse because it's a great broadcast school, and so it was just 45 minutes down the road from where I grew up. So that was it. I went to Newhouse and applied. I learned a lot there. I had tons of guest speakers, as you talked about, because they were always coming in to do Syracuse basketball and football games. So we got to talk to some of the national guys, and it was a great training ground, great way to learn. And it was also, I was from a small town. I probably would have been happy being sports director at the local radio station as I took off for Syracuse after being a month at SU, being around all the kids from New York City and all over the country. I wanted to be president of CBS Sports.
That seems feasible.
Yeah. Which of these things, because there's a sports reporter, there's an anchor, there's a sideline reporting, there's all different types of things. I would imagine you've done a little bit of a lot of those things, correct?
I have. I mean, obviously, mostly play-by-play, but I started, my very first job was in talk shows for radio sports talk. I've done sideline. Obviously, when I worked for the Phillies, I was kind of a sideline because I was doing post-game interviews, doing the pre and post. I've done some sideline for NHL radio as well. And I haven't done any official podcasting. I've guested on a zillion of them. I'd like to delve into that at some point, but I've anchored. I've done some stuff for, at the time, Comcast Sportsnet in terms of anchoring. So I've dabbled in pretty much everything that I'll talk about in these camps and try to lend what expertise I have to the kids. And I can tell you in doing this, and of course the reason I'm doing this, I have more time on my hands not doing the Phillies anymore. And it's been really rewarding because I've had, I don't even have the exact number, but probably anywhere from 30 to 40 one-on-one students that I've taken under my wing, as you will, and it's just so much fun. A couple of them have already gone on to some job opportunities, and I'm always there. I'm mentoring. The thing I want to point out with these, it's a camp. It's a 3-hour camp. There's 3 different dates, one in June, one in July, one in August. But if you participate in these camps, then you can get the one-on-one for half price. And the one-on-one mentoring is that. I'm your mentor for as long as you want to have me as your mentor.
You can hang with you and spend a lot of time.
Around, try to find job opportunities, whatever. Try to help you. In any way.
Okay. So you actually help with quasi-career placement?
Well, I mean, I try. I mean, I'm not. I did. If somebody wants to become an NBA announcer, I'm not exactly tied in with NBA teams.
Right.
But I always am willing to send an email or make a phone call on behalf of my students if I think they're
that's
worthy
pretty
of the
good.
job.
Yeah, no. So listen, all of the things that are available, and again, I've seen many times people who are on, where they have a YouTube channel, whatever, and presentation is so much, and that is such an important thing. You can really benefit by learning how to project, how to present yourself. That's something that a lot of people start to cave on when the camera turns on or the microphone turns on, and you can benefit from that. I wanted to ask you, because both Preston and I are big fans of the Audible books. Are you doing any of that as well?
Yeah, that's something I just picked up as well with some spare time. I had a friend of mine who actually had written a book, and he said, "Hey, if I do an audiobook here, can you narrate it?" And I said, "I guess I could, sure." And I haven't even gotten to that one yet, but I then looked up online and saw there are some sites where you can go and audition for, and I actually find it relaxing in one way. Also, I learn a lot, depending on the topic, but I've already narrated about 7 or 8 books, and
I assume a lot of it is erotica and stuff like that.
They give you. I knew you were going to go there.
Like fan fiction, like 50 Shades sort of stuff.
No, I've done all nonfiction at this point.
Oh, okay.
Stick to that.
Well, JJ, tell them the guys about Bitcoin, because you knew nothing about that, and actually did an entire book about.
Yeah, it's just kind of funny because the title of the book's The Bitcoin Revolution. And as I'm narrating, as I'm producing this, and obviously it isn't going out as I produce. You have to produce it in full, and then it's released. But as I'm doing chapter by chapter, I'm watching Bitcoin drop. Right, so last month I did email the publisher and say, "Do you want me to continue with this?"
Yeah, I think this is over now, right?
Absolutely. I said absolutely, because it will recover. The people who are into Bitcoin are not afraid of these drops. They know you're going to run that risk if you invest in it because it is volatile, but they are convinced that in a year, 2, 3 years, it's going to be exponentially higher than it is right now. So they said, yeah, keep going with it. But I learned a lot about it. I didn't even know really what cryptocurrency was until I read that. I've done books on all kinds of different things in terms of the finances, self-help, business, and doing one right now on how to conduct, or actually how to not conduct, but be interviewed for jobs in technology, and I'm learning a lot about that. So it's been really, I've enjoyed it. It's a hobby. You can make a little money at it. You can't get rich at it or anything, but you can have a little fun with it. And as I said, I find it pretty relaxing too.
I told Preston that I actually, because we're such fanatics for this, it was something that I considered cheating because you weren't actually reading, and then now it's all I do because I wasn't getting to read the books that I wanted to read, and I heard the worst reading, and I told you, Preston, and Jim, this is a bizarre thing. The guy was making mistakes, and they left him in. Like he would start the sentence over again. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
It's amazing because what I do, when I make a mistake, and you make many as you're recording it, I stop and then I go 3, 2, 1 as I'm recording, so that when I'm editing it, I know I can see it on the graph that obviously there's a mistake. There's a pause, and then there's a 3, 2, 1. But in saying that, when I go through it and I go through it again, and I've sent some back, I send it to the publisher. And they then, of course, listen to it over again. And there's always 1 or 2 that they catch. So some of these publishers maybe just take them and run with them.
Well, that's clearly what they did in this case, because it sounded like a 5th grader read the book.
Yeah, it's not too, people hear me saying 3, 2, 1 in the middle of it. It's not
right, yeah. Well, you've obviously covered a lot in the world of broadcasting and voiceovers now, which is really cool. So you've got a lot of information to share, and I think this is really cool because broadcasting schools, which I am a product of, are wonderful, but when you can spend some time talking to somebody who's been doing it for a living for a long time and still is, and can give you real world, here's what it's really like advice, it's invaluable. So we want to point people in the direction of these camps that are coming up. It's the Jim Jackson Broadcast Coaching Camps. Saturday, June 22nd, Saturday, June 26th, Saturday, July 10th, and Saturday, August 14th. So how do we sign up for this, Jim?
And let me point out that there's two. We divide them into two groups. There's the group for college and professionals, roughly 18 and over, and then groups for the younger people. And I get a lot of emails about my son or daughter's 14 or 13. That's too young for this, isn't it? No, that's I love talking with people who are just getting into it. That's where I was once upon a time, sitting in front of my television with a tape recorder, doing games.
Yeah.
So we have a youth and high school group in 17 and under. We separate those two groups. So I do a group in the morning, a group in the afternoon on each of the 3 days you mentioned. And there's a link to a website where you can see how to sign up and get more information on it. If you just go to my Twitter at Jim J. Philly. I can read it to you right now. It's not the easiest one to.
All right, well,
linktr.ee/JJ broadcast.
How about we just put a link on PrestonandSteve.com? We can do that.
And any questions, send emails. Glad to answer them at jjbroadcastingcoaching@gmail.com.
Excellent. All right, Jim, always great to talk to you. I love that you're doing this and helping people out with something they're passionate about, which is cool.
I appreciate the time, guys.
You got it. We'll talk to you soon. Jim Jackson, guys. Very, very cool.
Imagine that. Really going for it and reading erotic fiction.
Yes.
For Audible.
With Jim Jackson.
Jim obviously is enjoying it.
Amazing. Wow. All right. Our second in-studio guest.
Yes.
Second in over a year.
After Candace Bushnell.
And he's an old friend, and we're happy to have him back. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight, 8 o'clock. Tickets available, heliumcomedy.com. Ladies and gentlemen, Mitch Faintel.
I'm number 2, baby. Number two. Number two.
How are you?
I'm so glad to be here. Oh my God, I'm working again. This is so fun.
Dude, this is actually, this feels really good because it's been a while since we've seen you, and to have you back, as our second guest live in the studio.
Did you get nervous when you guys found out I was coming in?
Yeah.
Actually, we were excited, I have to say, because you're an old friend of the show, and
you guys were putting me on before I think I was even in comedy.
You were just coming by?
I think I was just a student.
Was that how accommodating we were?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you just were desperate for anyone.
Yeah, we've had that. It was you and the guy who played Major Healy on I Dream of Jeannie.
Yeah. And luckily I became a comic, so it worked out for us.
Right. And you never forgot us. So some people have,
I pay it forward, guys.
Yeah. Bradley Cooper doesn't come back in, but you come back in.
Let me ask you a question. In all honesty, what guests have you guys ever had in here that you were really physically nervous when they were coming in?
Ooh, that's a good
for me,
question.
it was Norm Macdonald. Because I'm such a massive Norm Macdonald fan.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. How about you? Preston?
I mean, the bigger the celebrity, the more nervous. Well, you know what? If somebody's got a reputation for being difficult, that can be a little bit nervous. I mean, now it wasn't here, but I remember we had long time ago, Noel Gallagher of Oasis.
Okay,
They were known to be standoffish and cantankerous if caught in a bad mood, and he was a super nice guy. He was great. I mean, John Travolta we had.
He was great.
I knew he was
John
gonna be
Travolta,
nice.
I'd be nervous.
He was great.
He made us feel easy.
Because of his celebrity, but he was a sweetheart.
Two people I met that I've been nervous to meet. The first one, after I met him, I was like, oh my God, he's my height, which I'm only 5'5", was Billy Joel.
Okay.
I met him.
Really? He's that short?
I was like, man, you're short. And I thought I could say it to him because I'm short. And it didn't work out good. The other guy that I've performed honestly in front of 3,000 people at a time, never been nervous. I was in Vegas, and they go, hey, someone's here to see you. Rodney Dangerfield walked back.
Oh, there you go.
And I was so nervous that I tanked. I did so bad. I choked on stage because I was like, Rodney Dangerfield had heard that I was a funny comedian, so he had come by to see me, and then afterwards he's like, "Hey, you working on it? How you working on it?" That's what he said to me, and I was like,
Listen, that's the thing. So the one thing we realized over the course of time is that if you do your due diligence and if they come in and they realize you've researched and you're going to show respect by knowing what you're talking about, then it goes great.
Right.
But I mean, still there are people like for me, we talk about our bucket list, like Clint Eastwood. To get like Clint Eastwood would be amazing.
I can get you him.
Yeah, you can get me. Yeah, he heard about the Dangerfield.
He heard about my Dangerfield show and knew he was funnier than me.
Yeah,
So.
no, but but you know what I'm saying, and it's you run that fine line.
Yeah.
Do you want to meet the people that you admire, or it's
you know who I wouldn't want to meet? I would not want to meet Steve Martin. Because he's the reason I'm a comedian, and I wouldn't want him to ever be like you. Does that make sense? Like,
what if he didn't like you?
Yeah,
but I think I would love to have Steve Martin come in.
He's not coming in here.
I think we could win.
I'm in touch with him.
Well, I mean, once he hears we've had Mitch Fatel, he's going to go.
Like, that guy doesn't want to meet me.
I can't go to a Fatel place. No, it's but yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, that's part
the
of
one guy. Because I'm a comedian because of Steve Martin. So
My top celebrity of all time, and I've mentioned this many times on the show, but I met and interviewed, and I was terrified. It was Paul McCartnney. And I had a one-on-one sit down with him, and I was scared out of my mind. And he was just a lovely, super nice guy.
Yeah.
And so, it worked out great, but it could have gone so bad.
Yeah.
It's I think easier to conduct an interview in this room when you have 5 people because the continuity, like just, the seamlessness between questions. Like, I don't have to have a follow-up because chances are somebody else here is going to have a follow-up. Before the pandemic, I sat down backstage with Dan Auerbach from the Black Keys, and it was just me and him. And Steve, I know you do a ton of research when we have comedians in. I did so much research because I needed to make sure that, that I had something to talk to him about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he doesn't know anything about me.
Nerves are weird because usually if you just kind of give in to them, then all of a sudden you just get comfortable with the person. You realize they're just really normal. It's weird.
You're right. It's the difference between an interrogation and an interview.
Yeah.
And that's how it goes. And you've done your share of that as well, and you just get good at it. A lot of times, though, and it's the worst if you get someone who's just a dead end, who's just like 1-2 word answers, and I mean, where you just burn through your prep, and it's like, well, if you got to give me something.
Yeah.
And actually, it's funny. The ones who are seasoned, the ones who are like a John Travolta, who have achieved massive success, they know how to do it.
Right.
A lot of times, it's the up and comers that don't have any reason to act standoffish that are like. Dude, play along. We're going to help you promote your damn thing, but you've got to you got to give something to our audience.
I think I started to really respect you guys because I didn't respect you at all for a while. And I think I started because I started doing a podcast, and all comedians, when you start, when you're on the other end, and all of a sudden you're questioning. So I'm a big UFC fan.
Yeah.
And I met a top UFC fighter, and we hit it off. His name is Corey Sandhagen. He's the number 2 bantamweight in the UFC, and we hit it off. And he's like, "Let's do a podcast." So we started doing like a comedy pod. We're not doing it anymore because COVID came. It was called Punchlines, and we would interview one comedian and one fighter. And it went great for a couple of weeks. And then we had, I don't know if you guys know UFC, but there's a guy named Justin Gaethje who's one of the top fighters, and I was a big fan. And we got him in to do a podcast with us. And 10 minutes into it, I was like, "Can we get another guest?" Because they're big guests, but they don't have a lot to say.
Right.
And then you start going like, "I've got no more questions." And there's literally a part of the podcast where I go like, "So do you like movies?"
Right. Well, so it's frustrating because we've had this happen a couple of times where you either ask like a question that has you were either fed or read wrong information, or the question you ask is like out of date or whatever, and they're kind of a dick about it, and they're like, "Oh, way to do your research." And it's like, yeah, but we have done our research.
Right.
And have a little respect for what we're doing on this side of things, because I could say to you, "Well, what do you know about me?" Because you did zero research coming in here. You know what I mean?
Somebody who just did that recently was Jeremy Piven. You had researched questions.
Yeah.
And so, but come on, man, we're promoting your independent movie.
Yeah.
Give a little bit of slack, and that's the relationship the way it should be. We've had people come on though, and like when they're. When you have they're eating or like Queen Latifah was half asleep, it's like who in the company that you did this project for is thrilled by the fact that you're half asleep and eating while you're promoting this thing that they've invested money in?
I mean, we interviewed Charisma Carpenter. This is years ago, right? What WB show was she? I was like Charmed or
she was
something like that.
smacking her lips the whole time.
She was literally eating watermelon while we were talking to her, and we're like, oh my God. And then Queen Latifah, listen, we love her, but I would have much rather her said, you know what, I just woke up, I'm so tired, I can't do it, rather than muddle through it, this terrible interview. Like, you're trying,
Charlie Murphy, too? I asked him, I'm like, are you endorsing a gum company?
I actually, my policy is I only eat honeydew.
That's kind of the international rule.
I mean, that's, even on the Tonight Show, Carson, that was his rule: honeydew or nothing else.
You know, I will say this though, and I don't want to put down fellow performers, but as far as Queen Latifah, like, not to, I've driven sometimes 12 hours to a show because I had to do it.
Right.
And you go in and you just have to turn on immediately. Like, that's what we do as performers. So if you're too tired, then maybe you're just miserable human being.
But we've had her on the phone. She's in her bed. It doesn't get any better than that. So you talk about getting back to everything. How has it been? Is it basically like a spigot turned, or you?
God, it's so exciting. Well, it's given me a couple things. You know how you look back and you're like, no matter what good comes from things, the good that came is it made me realize how much I love stand-up comedy. Because when I couldn't do it for all these months, and then I got back on stage, and I realized, and that's a pretty cool feeling, that like, oh my God, it had become kind of a script. Like, I was on stage just doing the act, and all of a sudden when I had to rethink it, it made it much more fun for me again, and that was fun.
There is no shortage of conversation topics coming out of the pandemic. I mean, there's just been so much to talk about over the last 15 months. And so just as a result, it just naturally gives you material in conversation, let alone comedy.
Let me ask you then, concerning that, because it's something that I think is kind of interesting. Like, if you look at shows and things that have been done during the pandemic, like they weren't wearing.
I'm sorry, what?
No, it's honeydew. It's okay.
When you do it, it's fine because you're eating honeydew. When like with people with, you don't see people with masks. You don't see. So in other words, is the fear if you start to go into too much, like, I'm done. Let's move on from that. You know, in other words, hitting COVID stuff or anything. Is that?
I've tried to stay away from talking about the COVID on stage, because I've always felt, and everybody has their different, everybody has their different ways of doing things. I got in a fight with Nick DiPaolo. It was kind of a fun thing, but it was back when 9/11 happened.
Right.
And when 9/11 happened, we were doing some shows at the Comedy Cellar maybe a week after 9/11, and every comic who went on was talking about 9/11, 9/11. And I just had this little thought in my head, and I was like, I think people are coming to a comedy show because they kind of want to get away from what had just
that's
happened.
Legit,
And I was like, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to do my act. And I killed. I did great. And Nick was like, you have a responsibility as a comedian. Anytime anyone tells you have a responsibility to do anything, I was like, you have a responsibility as a comedian to talk about stuff that just happened. And I was like, no, you have a responsibility to do what you want to do for yourself.
There you go.
And that's what I felt. And so with the COVID, I was like, I don't want to talk about that. I want to get back to talking about I have a new kid and what my sex life is like, and eating honeydew on radio shows.
On major market shows.
It's wild because, like, you're Mitch Fatel and you're going to do Mitch Fatel stuff, right? Like, you're going to do, and so I don't know if you had a chance to watch Bo Burnham's latest special on Netflix. Okay, so, but there was like, there was reactions to it, and people were saying, well, this isn't comedy, and it's like, did people laugh? Well, then, it absolutely
We're in a weird time where people start going, this is what this is supposed to be, and this is what this is supposed to be. And
here's a guy who normally likes, and like yourself, I like to create, I like to get up on stage, I like to perform in front of people, and that was just, it was ripped away from you, and you weren't able to do it. And so this gentleman found an outlet for it. He wrote, directed, produced it, edited, and did it all by himself, and he released it, and it's brilliant stuff. And for people to have like any sort of like commentary or listen.
I heard Rodney Dangerfield likes him. That's what
he said he's what Mitch Fatel was supposed to be.
But that's what I expected when I came to see him.
Let me ask you, bring up being a dad and everything, and so I'm trying to figure out what that's been like for you, because you were absolutely ecstatic, as we obviously would assume you'd be. How's it been?
God, being a dad has been the best and worst experience in my life. The first thing it's brought home to me is how little you know your parents. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Because they come in, like I realize my son has come in, like on the books, half the book's already been written.
Yeah.
So he doesn't need to know my hit. Like I realize now he's 3.5 years old now, and I am disciplining him. And I realize now if he knew what I had done in my life, he can't know who I really am.
Right.
Because he'd be like, wait,
you can't tell me what to do.
You're telling me to do my homework? Aren't you the guy that urinated in your teacher's mug? So I'm setting up this whole alternate reality because if my kid knew the stuff that we had done before he was born, he would never.
Oh my God, Mitch, you have to set up this whole fake past about you, complete with doctored
I have it
photos.
already. We met in a Bible camp, my wife and I.
Bible camp?
Yeah. I got it all ready to go.
Excellent.
Yeah.
You got to imagine, though, that's part of the deal, right? Like
brilliant.
If Stalin had kids, he'd be like, I don't care what I did. You listen to me.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Right, exactly.
Because how we're supposed to discipline? My wife and I did everything wrong as a couple. We had sex on our first date.
Yeah.
We did enough Molly to kill a horse or just pet it for 6 hours and tell it how much we loved it. We kidnapped an old woman and kept her in our closet for a year. Fun stuff, but stuff you don't want your kid knowing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you then, have you turned a corner in your life as far as how you are going to act?
Yeah. No, because I got to pay the bills.
Yes. And that's part of the bill pay.
I got to pay the bills. He's got to understand that. But already, it's kind of cool that he knows that I tell jokes.
He's adorable, by the way. We have a picture of him up in the studio.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. And that's a genuine Mitch smile right there.
Yeah. So I had done a couple of things on our show prior to having children. And I remember our boss coming in who at that point had already had like grown children and stuff.
Yes.
And he was kind of warning me against doing this because this stuff will live on.
Yeah.
And I was like, shut up. I got to pay the bills, blah, 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 blah. And then I had kids and their friends have the internet as well. And I was like, oh, crap, man. There's pictures and videos of me with like a dildo in my mouth.
Yep.
And, I'm like, crap. And so I'm not necessarily.
I have pictures of you with a dildo in your mouth.
I know. I'm not embarrassed about that for myself. I'm embarrassed for my children. I don't want that to be used. I never want that to be used against them as far as like, them being teased or anything.
Well,
like that.
is the line that you do, and you have to be true to yourself, but you also don't want blackmail material against them when they're in school.
That's what I think I'm more worried about.
Yeah.
But then I realize like. It's pretty cool to have a dad who's a stand-up comedian, so I think I think one day he'll appreciate that he had a different kind of dad.
Yep.
Well, it's funny because Preston and these guys, because I don't have any kids, but and Kathy, the general consensus is they're not impressed. Like your kids are not impressed by what you do.
Oh, it becomes an eye roll thing, yeah.
Right, like an eye roll thing.
Son,
Oh, really?
Oh my God,
So your Molly story might get an eye roll.
So like my oldest, it's kind of turned a corner now, and now she's a little bit proud of it. And it's kind of a cooler thing because she doesn't have to say, "Oh, my dad's on the." People do that for her. They go, "Do you know who this is?"
Right, that'll happen. Yeah,
and so they're going to do that for your son.
I'm a little worried though because he just put up a poster of Rodney Dangerfield, and I got scared one day.
That just sucks. The one time, and he won't let it go, will he?
I will tell you, just as a swing back around, the Rodney Dangerfield story has a good ending in that. Sometimes the best experiences are when you're not looking for them, and then the other time is my other hero is Seinfeld, and I came off at the cellar, and Seinfeld. This is what I'll keep with me for the rest of my life. Seinfeld just looked at me and went, "Good stuff."
No kidding.
Yeah, and I was like, "Oh, I remember that." So
and that means the world.
It has a happy ending. Yeah.
Well, so you and Seinfeld, you guys don't curse on stage.
No, I don't curse, as a matter of fact, and that's something that's, wow, thank you so much for saying that. Did you say that to Jeremy Piven? Maybe he would have been nicer to you.
Well, it's funny because but it's not like...
very important to me that I don't curse.
Oh, he's filthy.
You're
he's
filthy.
Just clean filthy.
My theory was, if I'm going to talk about that stuff, I have to do it creatively. I started learning that if you watch comedians stand, I'm not putting down my fellow performers, but if you watch them today, the F word is every 3 words at this point, and the S word or whatever. And I just thought, one of the reasons people are coming to see stand-up comedy is we're supposed to be held to a higher standard, that we're supposed to be usually using our words.
Wordsmiths.
And I think comedians have gotten a little too, I'm maybe a little holier than thou about that, but I said if I'm going to talk about sex and I'm going to talk about my sex life and stuff, that I want to hold myself to that. If it needs the F word or any of those words, I'm not going to do.
That's interesting.
So how much? And I watched a special on Seinfeld one time where he talked about how everything was so well crafted, right, and written down in advance and planned meticulously over and over again.
Yes.
Is your approach the same?
God, what a great question, and it's so funny you say that because. Do you remember that Bob Costas had a show many years ago?
Loved it.
Later, it was
And
a great show.
Great.
Yeah,
It was a great show.
It was the model for interviewers.
God, it was a beautiful show.
Yep.
And Seinfeld was on, and I had always thought the way you're supposed to write is go on stage and just talk, whatever's on your mind. And Bob Costas said, "How do you write?" And he said, I get up every morning and I look at the paper for an hour and I just write thoughts out. And he said, and none of them are funny. And he said, then all of a sudden, if 10% of anything I write in that hour is something that could be something, then I consider myself lucky and I consider that 10%. Then I work on that 10%. And then if I could get 1% of that. So he said, basically I get one joke. And I was like, that's how he does it. And I'm going to start doing that. And that's how I started writing. I've never altered from that.
But that's brilliant. Yeah. That is a great methodology. And we talked about you asked about who we were nervous about coming in.
Yes.
For me, I know that you do it. You'll take something and turn it slightly askew. That's what Norm Macdonald to me is.
Yes.
I love
that.
The economy of language and just turning it slightly, and it and it's almost like. No, I don't think Mitch Fatel is the only one who could do Mitch Fatel material. You know what I'm saying? It imprints upon you because that is you.
Yeah.
And so, and to me, that's sort of a safeguard as well.
And I love words. I just love words. And so I maybe you guys will let me, you'll be kind enough to let me do a call in August because my new special is going to be coming out.
Oh, nice.
It's called Bad Girls, and it's all that. It's all it's the wordsmith that I like, and I think it's the best work I've ever done. So when it's released, I'd love to come out.
We'll absolutely do
and I'd
that.
love for you guys to see it and tell me if I'm ever allowed in again. You're like, we're going to have Queen Latifah. Thank you. Pass on Mitch Fatel.
Where's the special going to be on? Or do you know
well,
yet? You're
that's
still
a
shopping
good
it
thing.
around?
Yeah, we're shopping it around, but it looks like we're going to probably independently release it now.
Okay.
A lot of my friends have done that, and it seems to work out well, and your fans come and see it, and it's going to be on the YouTube, oh my God, how old am I?
On the YouTube.
And then you can look it up on the Google.
Okay, HTTP /
Well, listen, that's if you take ownership of it a little bit more. I mean, the first person I remember doing, controlling their own special was.
Louis C.K. did it and made and it's great stuff. It is, and so I appreciate that. I appreciate that we can do that now and give it right to our fans and stuff. So, and I also like, I'm in a really sweet part of my life where I'm like financially independent enough that I can go like, something. Whoever likes me now likes me and will come to the shows, and whoever doesn't, and that's a good
place to be.
Good feeling. Yeah. You do it more because you love it.
So you're just in town for tonight, and that's it?
Yeah, I'm doing tonight, and then I'm going to Erie, Pennsylvania at Keller's Magic Club. And then I go on to Buffalo on Sunday.
It's
so
open.
I'm just doing a little tour around here.
You're doing it. That's awesome.
Do you have time for one fast story?
Sure.
Yeah.
Just about the worst thing that the pandemic has done is exactly what 9/11 did, which is it gave comedians it took away our sense of humor. And what I mean by that is, do you remember before 9/11, you could go on a plane and you could make a joke about I got a bomb under my pants or whatever, and everybody would laugh, and that was the other. Then all of a sudden 9/11 happened. You could never ever joke about that again. So what things do is they take away our sarcasm, which is what comedians do naturally. It's what we do. So we'll cut back to March of last year, March 2020. I was working in Point Pleasant Beach, New Jersey. It was the height of everything was just starting to close down. And we didn't know it was going to turn into this. I get on a plane. Now, I always take the first available flights home anywhere because I've been traveling for 30 years, and those are the flights that are least delayed.
Right.
I'm always wiped out because I don't go to bed the night before because my shows usually end about 1 o'clock in the morning. I go back to the hotel. I pack up. I get to my 6 a.m. flight, and I just sit in the airport and get home and nap all day. so I look like a wreck. So it's March 2020. I get on the plane. There's no one else on the plane. An old guy gets on and looks at me and goes, "You don't look so good." So, of course, I go, yeah, it's that COVID going around. I didn't know at that time. That's going to be a natural response of a comedian when you go, "You don't look so good." Let him go like, "I feel fine, sir."
All right.
I don't know why you'd say that. Next thing I know, the pilot's coming back to my seat. Two flight attendants come back. They go, "We heard you have COVID." I was like, "I swear to God it was a joke. I'm exhausted." They take off. I land. My wife calls me and says, "United's been calling me nonstop saying, 'Does your husband have COVID?'" The next week, I was supposed to be in St. Louis, and I actually said to my wife, "I have to cancel the show because I may be on some sort of list now,
no-fly list.
for making a joke about." And then the weirdest thing is before I could even cancel that, St. Louis called and said, "We're canceling our shows," and that's headed all
right.
So your sense of humor, you have to start to watch yourself. But although I think it's starting to, you could joke a little bit about this now.
I think
for the
so,
first
yeah.
time, and that's a good
And
feeling.
you're leading the charge. It's great to have you back in town, man.
Yeah,
Thanks,
definitely.
boys.
Excellent. Hey, tonight Mitch is going to be at Helium. It's an 8 o'clock show. Don't miss him. HeliumComedy.com. And then we'll talk to you when that special's coming out.
No
all right?
cursing. No cursing in my show.
Lots of dirtiness, though.
Bring your honeydew.
Mitch Fatel.
Thanks, guys. This felt good. Thanks for having me in.
Good to have you back. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston
traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, here we go with the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Educational Data Systems. Match your skills and apply to thousands of job listings at pacareerlinkchesco.org. All right, so I have a couple of heavy stories I'm going to begin with, and they both involve face masks, but I want to get these as they're just messed up. A supermarket cashier shot and killed in Decatur, Georgia, after an argument over wearing a face mask in the store. DeKalb County Sheriff Melody Maddox said that there was some confrontation, argument, and they said, I'm not sure exactly what, in reference to the wearing of masks, at which time the subject pulled out a weapon and shot the cashier. From what another story I read said they went out to their car,
got the
retrieved the gun, and came back in and shot and killed the cashier. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation said preliminary information indicates that the customer, identified as 30-year-old Victor Lee Tucker Jr., got into an argument with the cashier and left the store without making his purchase. But he then immediately, went back inside, fatally shot the female cashier. A reserve deputy who worked at the security for the store ended up exchanging gunfire with this guy. They were both wounded, and a second cashier was grazed by a bullet. Tucker was arrested as he tried to crawl out of the supermarket. And then a man in Iowa last Wednesday was sentenced to 10 years in prison for assaulting a man over a face mask dispute. That took place back in November. Shane Wayne Michael was convicted by a jury last month of willfully causing serious injury. The fight between Michael and another man identified as Mark Dinning reportedly occurred after Dinning requested that Michael wear his mask properly as his nose was exposed. The two got into an argument, which then escalated into a physical altercation. According to Dinning's account, Michael cornered him, dropped him to the ground. Michael then allegedly attacked Dinning's eyes and genitals and coughed and spat in his face. Michael had said, "If I have it, you have it." Dinning admitted to biting Michael out of self-defense. In Michael's version of the story, Dinning allegedly shoulder-checked Michael and jabbed him to his stomach, at which point Michael tackled him into the ground. Michael claimed that Dinning then bit his arm, at which point Michael retaliated by jabbing his finger into Dinning's eyes. But three witnesses on the scene told police that Michael was the one who escalated the fight. So he was convicted and is going to jail for 10 years. Wow.
Man.
Much lighter story. A Chicago bus driver looking for a way to relieve stress during the pandemic jumped into Lake Michigan for the 365th straight day on Saturday. Dan O'Connor said he started jumping into the lake at Montrose Harbor on the city side last year to relieve stress.
I could jump off the high dive.
He said it was during the pandemic, it was during the protest, it was during an election year, so it was somewhere where I could come down here and block all that noise out and kind of be totally present with me in the lake and finding some moments of zen. He continued jumping into the lake through the fall before the hard part, which was hacking a hole into the ice on the frozen lake that was big enough for him to jump through during the winter. And he's a big guy, by the way. He said
he's carrying a lot of insulation.
When he got home after one such jump, he found about 20 scrapes and cuts on his body. He was encouraged by the response that he got for his undertaking. He said people started asking me what this was benefiting and how they could support. And when I say to people, I'm talking to strangers online, he said, when I started posting the videos on Twitter and Instagram, I got more wind in my sails there because people started commenting like, this makes my day. It's so nice to see this. So even through the winter, he jumped into the lake.
Give him all the credit in the world.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm sure it's cold in the summer, man.
He probably just has recently been able to re-find his penis.
Casey, you'll love this.
Yeah?
A party of sport fishermen off the coast of Seaside Heights Pier, New Jersey, caught and released a great white shark on Sunday.
Why did they release it? Why did they not just shoot it in the head?
It was too small.
The boat, Real Innovation Sport Fishing, which docks in Harvey Cedars, was about a mile off the coast when the catch occurred. The shop was first to report the catch of one of the ocean's apex predators. The captain of the boat, Jeff Warford, said that they were fishing for thresher sharks, a legal game shark pursued by fishermen for its meat and fighting ability, when the white shark was hooked by accident. They were in 50 feet of water. Typically, the only shark that you would catch this time of year in this close would be a thresher shark. They're following the bunker schools on shore, in shore, he said.
They're amazing. And Casey, you may not realize this, but they purr when you pet them.
Oh, I didn't know that. How do you get the hook out of that mouth?
So the white shark was a juvenile, which measured about 7 feet. Once hooked, it charged the boat and took about 20 minutes for the fishermen to get to the side of the boat, where it was quickly released.
You're supposed to slather raw chicken on your arm and then stick it into the shark's mouth.
Try it out.
Okay.
Sometime, yeah. A neighbor reportedly set fire to Frankenstein's monster. Luke Dwayne Olson is accused of burning down the 20-foot tall statue of the green character that towered over the corner of South Main and West Mill Street in Janesville. I don't know where Janesville is. I think it's down in the somewhere.
Isn't that the home of the 20-foot Frankenstein?
Olson was charged with felony counts of arson and damaged property. Police officers found the statue engulfed in flames around 2 a.m. Saturday. Only the metal frame remained after firefighters extinguished the flames. The arsonist was caught on surveillance cameras. Investigators reviewed footage and saw a man with a gas can approach the statue. The man lit the fire, but then it went out as he walked away. The man came back a few minutes later and lit a second fire, and that destroyed the statue.
So what was this, like a town thing that it was known for? Or?
I think so.
All right.
Well, so it was privately owned, and I think this was a neighbor who just didn't like seeing Frankenstein there. Investigators suspected Olson, who has an appearance similar to the man in the video and lives in the area. Olson's wallet was also found on the ground in the area. He denied starting the fire.
I didn't do it.
But here's the story. Frankenstein's monster came to Janesville in 2012. He stood near the old train locomotive and a few other items displayed by the Bornicke family. Mark Bornicke bought the monster from an auction, his wife Vicky had said. The fiberglass and steel monster originally was a Vulcan on display at the 1988 Winter Carnival.
Yeah, I could see it as a Vulcan.
His torso was elongated by 4 feet. His arms were repositioned when he was remade into Frankenstein's monster.
I think it's kind of cute, but they just couldn't tolerate it, and they burned it down.
Yep, he stood
just like Frankenstein himself.
And he stood at 2 Halloween attractions in the Twin Cities before he came to Janesville. Had an estimated value of $14,000. So
now they can turn it into a Khloe Kardashian.
Guy is facing arson charges. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we got to get a winner for the secret text word, and I'm going to take caller number 18 at 215-263 WMMR. If you happen to know what the word is, call now. 18th caller. You get to take a shot at winning the $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. We'll grab a random texter as well. We'll get the winner for that when we return, as well as another thing to give away with our lesson question. And we'll do trash and music news, too. We'll be back in a minute.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The Preston and Steve Small Business Love You, Help You line.
Hey there, MM Army. My name is Sean O'Malley, and I'm part of the Hotspurs, an improv comedy troupe that travels the tri-state area, delivering nights of comedy everywhere we go. If you're a fan of Whose Line Is It Anyway, you'll love our performances that consist of short form, long form, musical, and audience participation improv that's sure to leave your side split. We do parties, lessons, corporate events, and can perform in practically any setting. You can reach us at The Hotspurs Improv, all one word, at gmail.com for more information. Or find us on Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube. Just look for the big H. We hope to hear from you guys to make laughs together. Rock on, everybody.
Next message.
Hey, Preston and Steve fans. I have a great business, and I need help with just like a runner said, be my little baby.
The Love You, Help You line. Shop local because small business needs our help. Find out more at PrestonandSteve.com.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for asking. Listen, I need to know the secret text word. Do you know it?
Delicious.
Yes! Delicious. That is correct, Deb. And, of course, it's going to be delicious for you because we have a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. Discover Bonefish Grill's newest Shrimp Rangoon Salmon, featuring wood-grilled salmon with a creamy shrimp rangoon topping or seasonal Key West tuna and pineapple glazed shrimp paired with a refreshing watermelon martini. Visit bonefishgrill.com. And we had a random texter that we got a winner, that we a name that we grabbed as well. It's Donna Fedezowitz. There you go, yeah.
Fedorowitz.
From Philadelphia, Donna Fedorowitz. That's an R. Okay, thank you. Congratulations. You get the same thing, and we'll set you up with that $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. We have more things to give away. We're going to do something else now via the lesson question. See if you've been paying attention today. We have a $50 Rita's gift card to give away. If you can tell me, what is the name of the song collaboration between Gene Simmons of Kiss and the band Kansas? Let's see if we know that. 215-263-WMMR. What is the name of the song collaboration between Gene Simmons of Kiss and the band Kansas? We got to that around the 8 o'clock, early in the 8 o'clock hour. 215-263-WMMR. If you know the answer, call now. We'll do this while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And it's brought to you by Sequoia Outback. Sequoia Outback has any and everything that you can imagine to make your deck or any outside space a source of comfort and pride. Route 309 in Hatfield or at decksupplies.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Caitlyn Jenner accusing Jimmy Kimmel of being transphobic after he suggested that she was just Donald Trump in a wig. Of course, the situation did raise the long-standing question whether or not Donald Trump is actually Donald Trump in a wig.
Right. Oh, my God.
Even though he's currently serving time, Joe Exotic has partnered with Tango Hotel Charlie, or THC Group, to sell Joe Exotic cannabis. THC says Joe Exotic cannabis will allow you to draw more smoke in because it's made for people without teeth. Wow. Finally, Scott Disick is no longer dating a teenager now that his girlfriend Amelia Hamlin just turned 20.
Aww.
Disick says he's already noticed a maturity in Amelia and says she no longer has him check the closet for monsters. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty, let's see if we can get an answer for today's lesson question. What is the name of the song collaboration between Gene Simmons of Kiss and the band Kansas? And we will go to Kathleen and see if she knows. Hey, Kathleen.
Hi.
All right, Kathleen, what is the song collaboration between Gene Simmons and Kansas?
Dusting the Wings.
Yes. Hang on. Dusting the Wings. You're correct, and we are going to give you a $50 Rita's gift card. You can try the new and refreshing Ocean Splash Italian Ice at Rita's. Perfect in both the Shimmering Mermaid and Yummy Gummy Shark Gelati. And it's available for a limited time only at Rita's. Splish, splash, yum. All right, let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I rip ass.
All right, brought to you this morning by Armor Metals and Recycling. Get cash today. If you need cash fast, bring your scrap and e-cycling to Armor Metals Recycling and walk away with cash today. Located in Pennsauken, New Jersey, or at armormetalsrecycling.com. We'll start with Roger Waters of Pink Floyd fame. Won't take Zuckerberg's money. At a pro-Julian Assange press conference, the Pink Floyd bass guitarist shared that he had recently declined money from Facebook to use the band's 1979 song Another Brick in the Wall Part 2 in an ad for Instagram. Waters shared the request from Facebook for the rights to his song during the conference captured by Mexico's La Jordana newspaper. And we have an audio clip.
We do.
Do we have a clip?
We do. We should.
No, of Roger Waters? Yeah, it's on its way over.
Okay.
We have the Home Alone scream if you want that.
Yeah, that'll do.
There you go.
We also have this as well.
It's Gino Vanelli's birthday.
Yeah.
So there you go. So that's why Casey's playing that. Anyhow, so Waters had read this letter out loud. It was pretty lengthy, and he went into some details, some very graphic details about why he does not want to be involved in this.
It sounds as if he's not going to strike a deal with Zuckerberg.
All right, here is a portion of it. Here we go.
It's a missive from Mark Zuckerberg to me, right, arrived this morning with an offer of a huge amount of money, and the answer is F you. No fucking way. And I only mention that because this is an insidious, it's the insidious movement of them to take over absolutely everything, you know. So those of us who do have any power, and I do have a little bit, in terms of the control of the publishing of my songs, I do anyway. So I will not be a party to this bullshit.
Well, kids, I'm curious because the song "Another Brick in the Wall" is not a pleasant. Hey, you can be just another brick in the wall.
Right.
Like, what would be the marketing of that?
Well, maybe they didn't want to use the lyrics for it. Maybe just the music. You know,
okay.
I don't know which it's it's an infectious melody and people know it. But yeah, I know what you mean, Steve. The symbolism there wouldn't quite fit.
Right.
Where you want to stand out as opposed to being just something that's part of the norm.
Mother, do you think you want a taco?
Waters continued his criticizing of the tech CEO and called him a prick. He said he's one of the most powerful idiots in the world. Facebook
friends talk like that.
Spokesperson confirmed that Instagram's marketing team expressed interest in using the track. The spokesperson also said that Facebook respects Waters' decision to not work with the company. Nick, can you pull up the story about Courtney Love?
Yeah.
Because I didn't have that here with me, and I do want to mention that because we had reported an Instagram post that she had really gone off on Dave Grohl, and
It's like a 9-page diatribe on all these people that she was just railing on.
Yeah, Trent Reznor was the other one, but she has retracted and apologized for her comments made about them. In a statement shared via her Instagram stories and screenshots by Loudwire, Love wrote, "I need to apologize for my recent post. It was insensitive and it was wrong. No matter how I feel, there are real people behind my words, and I need to learn to be more responsible with my words. I am truly sorry for those who I've hurt. I will do better."
And yet, did you see the PS?
No.
Kathy Lee Gifford is a scumbag.
Oh,
yeah.
That's out
Why
of
would she even
nowhere.
write that?
So she has just completely flipped it around, and she hasn't even explained why she made those statements in the first place. But
I can guess why. Somebody might have been in an altered state. I hate to say
my
that.
guess too, man. So not really sure, but
Can't say for certain, but
Pearl Jam bassist Jeff Ament has announced his 4th solo album. The collection billed as Ament or Ament, depending on how you pronounce it.
How do you say it?
Eddie says Ament, but Jeff says Ament.
And it's titled I Should Be Outside. It will be released on August 10th and follows his 2020 EP, American Death Squad. And death is spelled D-E-T-H, so a little play on that word, I guess, unless this is a typo here. I don't know.
Could be a typo.
He recently joined Instagram as well, Jeff. He's not been on social media ever, I don't think, and so his official Ament is the name of the Instagram account.
When did he join? He's only got 3,500 followers.
Yeah, last week, I think, just a few days ago, yeah.
Okay.
You've got more than that, Preston.
I've got way more than that.
A member of Pearl Jam.
I've got more than 10 times that.
How about that?
We're looking at his account. It's all artwork. Is that art that he creates?
Yeah, he's a really interesting guy.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, he'll get up every morning. He goes and he paints, he writes, and then he goes outside. And I've met him a few times, mostly through Matt Cord, because Matt's developed a friendship with Jeff over the years, and I like him very much. He's a really interesting, introspective person, and does a lot for the environment, which is cool. And he builds tons of skate parks, so he gets these kids outside that normally wouldn't be able to, and he builds them, he funds them, the whole nine.
Do we all get up and paint before we come in here, right?
Yeah, I do.
I was about to say, I take a dump, or something like that.
You're
but-
painting, kind of.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Porcelain art.
You are creating.
It's art.
That's for sure.
More sculpture.
It's in the eye of the
What
beholder.
medium do you work in?
I work in organic.
Organics.
Yeah.
So the album is called I Should Be Outside. It will be out on August 10th and follows the 2020 EP, like I said, American Death Squad. This is interesting. There's a sad note to this, but Rush's not Russia, the country, Rush, the band Rush.
Right.
Alex Lifeson has unveiled 2 new instrumental solo tracks titled Kabul Blues and Spy House as a tie-in for the new Alex Lifeson Epiphone Les Paul Standard Access guitar. Backing him on the tracks, bassist Andy Curran and drummer David Quentin Steinberg. Now, these songs mark Lifeson's first new music since 2012, the release of Rush and their album Clockwork Angels.
Are you going to check it out?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I will definitely take a listen to that. So that's a big deal. He hasn't done anything. The last Rush album was in 2012, and this is kind of cool.
Now, do you think will Geddy and Alex do something?
I believe so.
Like a modern day Seals and Crofts?
No, I believe they'll do something that won't be Rush. But I see these two guys creating music together again sometime. But what form that takes, I have no idea. And the sad news, the father of Neil Peart passed away. His name was Glenn Peart. He died on June 12th. He was a retired president of Dalziel Equipment in St. Catharines, Ontario. So Neil grew up. His dad had a farm equipment trade.
Right.
And Neil worked there, and he, then he tried doing the music thing. He went off. He moved to London for a while, lived there for, I don't know, a year or two. And then he came back, and he was disillusioned with the music industry and was about ready to hang it up. And he was going to be a farm equipment salesman working for his dad.
He got along with his dad well?
Very well.
Yeah.
And in fact, when Alex and Geddy came along, because they had heard about Neil and what a great talent he was, and they said, yeah, we'd like you to join us. He went to his dad, and his dad, rather than saying, look, you tried this and everything, he said, go do it. He's like, you'll always have a job back here. No matter what happens, you can always come back here to the farm equipment trade. So I thought that was a pretty cool thing.
How old was he?
I don't know. He had to have been up there. He had to have been, because Neil was in his late 60s, I think, or mid 60s at least. So his dad had to have been pushed 90 at least, I would imagine, or maybe even more. So sad news there. And that's all we have in music news for you. Let's take a break. We'll come back and letter of the day, word of the week prize, and so on. Stay with us. We'll be right back. About 79 degrees, ample sunshine.
It was so wonderful yesterday, Preston, with the light breeze and everything.
Same thing today.
I was able to tend my rutabaga garden.
Oh, wonderful. They're just starting to bud now, aren't they?
They make that audible bud sound, that popping sound that rutabagas do.
I got some tomatoes yesterday already.
Did you really?
Yeah, from the tomato garden. I don't have any rutabagas, though.
My son's growing some beans.
Yeah? What
which
kind?
is pretty cool.
Green beans?
yeah. They're called greasy beans.
Yeah,
That's what my
man.
dad calls them.
We got those in the fridge, too.
So, yeah.
Guys are agrarian, live in La Vida agrarian.
I'll bring in a lot of spinach a little bit later this year because we're going to have far too much.
All right.
Yeah, we have kale and all kinds of herbs and blueberries.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
I like a blueberry.
Turns out. So... It's going to be warm and sunny the rest of the week.
You like raisins?
Fantastic. Yes, we've heard you like raisins.
Do you, if you dry out a blueberry, does it become something like a grape?
It becomes liver.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't know that.
A lot of people don't know that. There is
See, that's why I listen to this show. You learn things.
You learn stuff.
an incredible metamorphosis takes place. It's so rare in nature. It's almost like the Venus flytrap. No one knows how it works.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Liver. Is that part of the endocrine system?
I guess so, yes.
Yeah.
We learned that yesterday.
If you get off the blue route, you get on the endocrine.
All right. I want to thank Jim Jackson for being on the show. JJ has his broadcast coaching camps that are going on, and we got a link to it at PrestonandSteve.com. He's great, and you can learn from the best. Also, thank you to Mitch Fatel. Mitch,
Great to see
by.
Mitch.
Yeah, Mitch is excellent, and he's at Helium Comedy Club tonight, one show, 8 p.m., heliumcomedy.com. To get those tickets. So go see him if you will. Pierre is back in today. Good morning, sir.
Good day. It's lovely out.
Yeah.
I know you're a big fan of this guy. A little bit of breeze, not too much humidity.
Yes.
The sun, the whole thing. Everything is alive and living and liver blueberries.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great day to eat liver.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you're quoting Jackie Gleason.
I am. And it's important to do that. So liver it up and get outside and enjoy the day.
Liver La Vida Loco.
There you go. Ricky Martin, we could learn so much.
I love it.
Some days you just have it.
You got it, man. All right, do you have the letter?
I have it.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
B is in Billy Bob.
All right, B as in Billy Bob. All right, so we have a $350 gift card for Bob Dodge's Red Sparrow Tattoo and Gallery in Downingtown, or the all-new Runic Tattoos in Newtown Square. And for tattoo ideas, you can visit bobdodgetattoos.com. And we there you go.
Liver La Vida Loco.
Liver La Vida Loca.
Lots of bacon on it. Liver La Vida Loco.
So what's up on the show today, man?
We will have more of the heart goodies in terms of Nancy Wilson, stream code for her live performance with the Seattle Symphony Orchestra coming in July, her solo album You and Me, and also workforce blocks of Nirvana and Eagles and Deftones, all here on MMR.
Excellent. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Acme. Everything you need to prep for this summer season. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors. Also, Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show, and Temple University's Fox School of Business. You can apply by June 30th for your master's. Tomorrow, we are going to have comedian Brent Charoon will be here. And we also have, or I don't know how we're talking to him. Is it a Zoom? Or?
That's a Zoom.
All right, Zoom. And then we have, Joe Holden of CBS 3. He's an anchor. He's a reporter as well, and has a cool series about high-profile, mysterious cases and stuff. So
he's a good dude. He's a big fan of the show.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
So we'll talk to Joe tomorrow as